Hello, everyone. This is day 4 of the American Cup and their first seed, the favorite to win the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura. I am Jon Ludvig Hammer, and together with me, Fiona Steil Anthony, we will be. Did I mess that up, Fiona?
No, it was great.
Together, we will be watching today's games. Hikaru with the black pieces today. That is going to be a challenge in this 2-game match. It's currently half a point each after yesterday's draw, meaning that if Hikaru wins today, he will have won and made it to the winner's final of this event. If he loses, he's not out just yet. It's a double elimination tournament. So if Hikaru loses, he will be back to fight for a top placement. But then he's going to go the long way round through the loser's bracket. And the most exciting thing is that if there's a draw today, we will have more chess as the evening progresses. With a draw today, there will be a playoff to decide who moves on to the next round. What are your feelings on today's game, Fiona?
My feelings. Okay, I have to admit I've been quite busy this weekend playing some chess myself. So I've kept an eye on the results, but not too closely. Not too closely on the games. My feeling is we're not going to see that much action in the classical games, both in Hikaru's game and also Wesley against Fabi. Those are two big matches. And I think neither player will be willing to take too much risk as white. Of course, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I would be more than happy to see 2 exciting fighting games. But I think the odds that we're going to see 2 rapid playoffs are quite high. And I think it would be exciting for us. I mean, more chess, the fast action is always very entertaining. I think a draw for Hikaru with the black pieces is not a bad result anyway. Leinier Dominguez is not only a tremendously strong player, but also a very solid player. So I don't expect too much fire on the board in the classical. And I think also Hikaru is probably not unhappy to take the game to the playoff, because I think the faster the time control gets, the more he fancies his chances.
But especially that last argument you had, Fiona, that Hikaru's chances may even increase the lower the time control. Doesn't that mean Dominguez should really try to utilize his opportunity here with the white pieces, try to avoid the game going into those more rapid time formats where Hikaru is just so supreme?
Yeah, that is true. I think what Leinier will try to do is I think he will get a position where he can play without too much risk, try and get a little edge and see if he can press that. I think he's not going to go all out. I also don't think that we'll see the Berlin draw, for example. I don't think it's going to be that level of quick. But yeah, I don't think it's his style anyway to go all out, but I think he will try to, I don't know, what will we see? I don't even know. I just realized I don't even know Leinier's. Do you know Leinier's main repertoire as white?
I'm not entirely sure, but I guess we'll find out today. My question though, I'm still interested in this psychology of do you want to play it safe, go to tie breaks against Hikaru, kind of scary. If there's a situation in the game where Leinier has the choice of a really complicated line, like castling to separate sides of the board, both players going for the all-out attack, or something calmer that almost certainly will become a draw. Based on what you've said so far, what I'm understanding is that you think he will go for the calmer approach, even if that lands him in a playoff, where I think Hikaru is going to be a big favorite with a lower time.
I think so. I'm happy, as I said, happy to prove it wrong. Also, Leinier might feel, okay, before we go to, if we went straight to Blitz, it might be different. He might feel like, in a rapid game, I'm not as big an underdog as I might be in Blitz. Let's maybe quickly remind the viewers that if this classical game ends in a draw, first the players, and correct me if I'm wrong, but first the players will play 2 rapid games at a time control of 10 plus 5.
So in case of a draw, 10 minutes to each player, and then 5 seconds extra per move being made.
So that is, a reasonably long time control, right? So Leinier might fancy, I think, of course, Hikaru is a beast in rapid and blitz. But Leinier also, I was in Berlin just last week working at this Armageddon tournament where Leinier was one of the participants. So he might feel, I've warmed up, I've played plenty of blitz there in this similar format. It was also a double elimination. So we will see. I think, I don't know what Leinier's opening repertoire is. I see a lot of people in the chat were saying maybe we will get a Berlin. We might see a Berlin. I don't think we'll see the Berlin draw. I think something like a Gioco Piano. I don't know if that's part of Leinier's Dominguez, but I think the chances for something like this, where White feels, he can play, but without taking any demesurate risk. Something like that would be my bet. But we're very close to finding out. The games will get underway in just 3 minutes from now. Let's remind everyone, in fact, the players have been playing for half an hour. They already know which direction the game is going in. But we have, of course, the half-hour delay for fair play reasons. So, yeah, we will see what happens here. What is your, John Ludwig, let me ask you this. If you were in Leinier's shoes, what would you do? What would be your approach?
I would probably want to decide it in classical. Mm-hmm. But I do hear all the points you made, and also this point you made that Dominguez played in Germany in a speed event there and may feel like he's warmed up. I want to add to your argument, actually, for once. I want to support what you're saying.
I'm glad.
And I also want to note that Dominguez, in order to qualify for this match against Hikaru, he had to defeat Levon Avronian in tiebreaks, in this tiebreak format. So Dominguez may derive some advantage from already having had to go through one of these playoffs to decide after a 1-1 classical game. And maybe that could be to his advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I think psychologically speaking, he will have taken some confidence from that. Levon is not just any random old player. So yeah, I'm sure Leinier will be feeling good today, and I'm looking forward to what I'm sure will be an exciting game as we see the players there. We just saw the handshake with Leinier arriving second to the board. I saw there was a question in the chat. Why is the delay? I don't understand. So the delay is so basically that the players cannot get to prevent cheating by outside help. The fact that we are seeing the moves with half an hour delay would make it impossible for us to communicate moves to the players. I think that's the simplest way of explaining it. Maybe so. Yes, it is an anti-cheating measure. It's quite extreme. Half an hour is a long time, but I think that's the way they have done it in St. Louis for a little while now.
And with the players sitting down, it's only moments until the moves will be shown on our screen. Lots of eyeballs on this matchup as we see the cameraman in the background getting all the angles on Hikaru and Dominguez. Hikaru comes into this tournament as the top-rated player. Two of his biggest challengers on the rating list, at the very least, is Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, and they will also be playing their match concurrently. The winner of that match between So and Caruana will face the winner of Nakamura and Dominguez.
Yeah, I think regardless of who goes through here, we will get a very high level next match. Who do you consider a favorite in Wesley against Fabiano?
Well, I guess after Wesley managed to defend his black game yesterday, I guess I would hold Wesley as a favorite. We were actually talking a bit about it yesterday, that I thought maybe Fabiano was a slight favorite in the Rapid, and then I thought maybe Wesley was the favorite in Blitz, essentially favoring Wesley as the time runs down. But here we go. The game has started. The moves being made on the board. Leinier Dominguez going for the same opening played by Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. Dominguez going for that king pawn to e4 opening. And very exciting to see Hikaru going pawn to c5 in response. The Sicilian defense, considered one of the most combative openings in chess. Leinier out with his horsey, and Hikaru does the same. Afterwards, the pawn moving forward in the middle has opened up for both bishops to be able to get into the game. A trade is being made, and Hikaru continues in quick fashion. And this latest move from Hikaru, do you know the name of this opening, Fiona?
Is it the Kalashnikov?
I believe this is what is known as the Kalashnikov opening. And if that doesn't tell you about Hikaru's level of aggression today, nothing will. The opening named after, I guess it's a guy, but it's the same name of a guy that has rifles named after him. And Hikaru here pushing that pawn forward early on, putting pressure on White's knight, trying to induce a trade. White does not want to make that trade and instead moves the knight forward, trying to jump into this d6 square. And Hikaru says, no access there for you. I have now both my bishop and queen protecting that square.
Let me ask you, John Ludwig, I am very surprised that Hikaru opened with one c5. I was sure we were going, if e4 happened on the board, that e5 would be the response. I'm very pleasantly surprised that Hikaru chose the Sicilian. What do you make of his choice?
I'm thinking maybe he wants to win. Like, why would you go for this aggressive opening? Well, it's probably because you want to tell the opponent you can't play a quiet game and play without risk. If you want to win today, you're going to have to take some risks to make it happen. And I think to me, it feels right it feels great is what I'm trying to say. That he's going for an aggressive opening and relays kind of his ambitions through that. We're seeing more moves being made, and the moves coming in were knight to c3, and now this knight is trying to get involved into an attack. Both knights working together. If black is careless, these knights will make their way into the black camp and attack both the king and the rook in the corner. That would be a catastrophe. So Hikaru takes this opportunity to chase back the most forward of White's knights. The knight has only one retreat square, which is to the edge of the board. And instead of going here with the knight forward to f6, which would be the renowned Sveshnikov opening, or I guess maybe first b5 and then knight f6, Hikaru goes for bishop to e6. So Hikaru is keeping this opening quite unusual compared to the most common ways of playing the Sicilian.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too familiar with this line with bishop e6. How rare is it?
I'm not sure. I believe I have played it once. Well, rather, I have played against it. I believe this is the way Nicolas Huschenbett played against me back in 2008. And that being 15 years ago, that's about the extent to which my memory can tell you about what happened. I'm pretty sure I started maneuvering my knight from the edge of the board and try and put it more in the middle, which is sensible. You don't really want your knights on the edges, but at the same time, if you take the knight here and move it to the center, then this knight has some explaining to do. In that case, that knight has gone 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5, 6 moves in the first 9. And when we tell new players how you're supposed to play chess, we often say, oh, only move your piece once in the opening. Just put your piece on a good square and try and keep it there. But that is not what's happening here. Leinier Dominguez does, in fact, move that knight yet again. And that knight now accounts for 5 out of White's 8 moves so far.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I wonder if something is happening in the playing hall. I see in the chat someone is saying the clock has been stopped. Oh yeah, the clock was stopped for a brief while. They're now continuing. It looked to me like there was some kind of maybe disturbance in the venue because the clock was stopped, both players sort of looking at the ceiling. And then, anyway, the game continues, but something happened there in St. Louis, but we're off again.
Hooligans.
Yeah. Hooligans, maybe.
Stray fans. What could it be?
What do you call the guy who runs on the pitch? Striker? No. Is that what you call them? Like in football. Not the striker, not the attacker.
I think it depends on how much they're wearing. So do you want to be more specific?
A streaker, that's the one, I think. A streaker, not a striker. A striker is someone who's already on the pitch, but a streaker.
Yeah. Pitch invader is what I would maybe call them if they're well dressed. And then streaker would be something else entirely. Which is why I was asking the control question.
Well, we'll never find out. Unfortunately, we're on the wrong side of the camera. I'll keep an eye on Twitter, see if anything comes up.
Let's just say I do not think there was a streaker at the venue in St. Louis that made the referee stop the clocks.
Why not?
I think that would have caught more attention. Yeah, that's my theory.
Okay. Anyway, moving on. We've had so after knight c4, with Leinier doing exactly, what you said we learn not to do when we start out. Literally out of his first 8 moves, 5 of them have been.
I've been doing a lot of callers.
Yeah, this looks very arty.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But they're kind of interrupting each other. But this is the knight's journey so far. And frankly, this knight's journey has not ended. I think the knight is going to move to this e3 square quite soon. In which case, he's moved the knight 6 out of 9 moves, which has got to be close to some kind of a record.
For sure. And I mean, okay, what Leinier is doing at first sight, I mean, to a beginner might look very weird, but the last move that Hikaru played, Rook B8, also seems a little bit mysterious at first sight, right?
Yes, most certainly. Okay, let me try and explain Hikaru's move. So Hikaru wants to get his pieces out. But if he moves the knight out here, he's afraid that this allows the white bishop to come in and point down on the black knight and on the black queen. So Hikaru thinks, okay, maybe I should first move my bishop and then I can move the knight. And then this will work better. But in this case, bishop to e3 will see this bishop working together with the knight towards the b6 square. So I think that explains why Hikaru here played the rook to b8. I think if now white targets the b6 square, then Hikaru is able to move that pawn 2 steps forward, and the rook, it opens up for the rook to guard that very square that white was targeting with their pieces.
That does make a lot of sense, and that does explain the slightly mysterious Rook B8 move. Hikaru has been playing very fast. He's also been getting up from the board after pretty much every move. I was gonna what was I gonna I was gonna say I was gonna ask you something, and then I'm like, okay, I was gonna ask you, somebody in the chat was mentioning how the bar is already quite a lot in white's favor. Can you maybe also explain that, why in this situation we shouldn't blindly trust the evaluation bar?
Well, I mean, in more often than not, the eval bar is correct. But I can give some of the reasons we don't need to be concerned, despite the engines not being very optimistic on Black's behalf. And the main reason is Hikaru has played this and gotten to this position without ever thinking about his moves. Hikaru is quite obviously in his preparation still. So this is something he has worked on with his coach before the game. And one of the most powerful ideas in chess these days, since everyone has a really strong computer engine, finding a variation where the computer gives an advantage, that's not unique. Because everyone has the same engines. Everyone can see, oh, yes, if we go into this line, then that's an advantage for that player. Let me try and play like this. You're not going to surprise anyone that way because everyone is aware. However, if you manage to find a situation where the computer engines are misjudging the position or underestimating, for instance, here, Black's counterplay, then you got some power. Because then your opponents are going to be like, well, I'm not going to study this opening because the computer says this is good for white. And Hikaru says, yes, initially, the computer says it's good for white. But I have studied it deeper and deeper. And I have come to the conclusion that it is, in fact, okay for Black, despite the engines feeling opposite at the beginning. And that gives you power because that gives you uniqueness. And that gives you the element of surprise because the opponent will not have checked something the computer says is very good for white.
I think it's really interesting what you're saying, and you just talked about the element of surprise, and clearly it is Hikaru who has landed the first surprise here. If you're just joining us, remember the players start with an hour 30 on the clock, which means Hikaru is up almost 4 minutes compared to from where he started, which means he has blitzed out every single move. As Jean-Ludwig just mentioned, he is clearly still in his preparation, while Dominguez has already gone into the tank. We see him there on the screen, deep in thought. And maybe we can talk about what some of the ideas here could be for Leinier, who is thinking right now. I think one of the ideas you already mentioned is the knight could do one more jump and go back to e3. And the reason the knight would do that is because in these positions, one of the big outposts on the board is that central square on d5, so knight e3 would bring another piece to look at that square. So both knights, as well as the queen and the pawn, would all be looking down there. One question I have, because I don't really play the Open Sicilian from either side, do we just want to control d5 as white, or do we actually want to jump in with the knight?
That's a big question. And if we go to the current position, one of white's ideas would be to go with the knight to d5 immediately and just say, that's a nice square, I want to go there. And what this knight move does is that it's also looking in towards that b6 square.
Mm-hmm.
And this poses a difficult question to Hikaru, because it seemed as though if white started targeting this b6 square, then black's plan would be to push the pawn 2 steps forward so that the rook gets influence over that b6 square the knights were looking at. But then you chase white's knight to a position where it wanted to go anyway, and pushing these pawns forward for black can lead to these pieces being pressured by the white pawn and the white bishop on the diagonal. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say it's very likely that Leinier Dominguez is going to take this opportunity to keep dancing around with his horses and try and provoke Hikaru into lashing out with the pawn on the right side of the board, which in turn can become a weakness as the game goes on.
Okay, so the knight dance is one of the options. What if Leinier decides, right now the knights are well placed. I'm not in a rush to do anything about jumping into d5, and I'm not in a rush to jump back to e3, because I don't think that Hikaru ever wants to take the knight on c4 and give up that light squared bishop. So what are some alternatives that don't involve the horses? I'm looking at developing my pieces, right? This is what we are taught in the opening. The 2 bishops haven't moved yet. And I'm wondering, that bishop from c1 we talked, that could go to e3, but that doesn't seem so productive right now because it would take away the square that the knight might want to jump back to. And in fact, we see that the bar says that here after b5, black is already taking control over the game. So bishop e3 does not seem like a move that white wants to consider. My next question is, does white always want to castle kingside here? Or could white possibly consider going queenside?
I don't see white going with the king to the queen side of the board. I think getting the king to safety on the king side is very, very probable. And in order to do that, you need to develop your bishop. So I guess if Dominguez is not moving his knight forward in the center, which I think he should do, then I think his backup option is going to be just very calmly moving the bishop 1 step forward It's not an aggressive move at all, but it's a useful one. Getting ready to castle afterwards. So I think these are the two most likely moves to see now: knight d5 or bishop e2. One move, just developing the pieces calmly, trying to get the king to safety, while the other, knight to d5, aggressive, trying to put pressure on the opponent, challenge Hikaru's opening to see if this opening play and Hikaru's lack of kingside development can be punished. But I will say one thing that Hikaru has been spectacular at in this event is time management and opening choices. For the fourth consecutive game, Hikaru has managed to get a significant time advantage out of just the first 10 moves. And he's soon up 20 minutes on the clock while he's still in his preparation, stuff he looked at before the game even started. So I think even though the computer engines and the eval bar on our left-hand side here, which says plus 0.7, indicating that white has quite a sizable advantage, I would not be nervous at all, because this is a calculated risk Hikaru has taken in order to get the opponent into unfamiliar territory and try to exploit Dominguez's tendency of spending way too much time. And you were talking about the time control, how much time they get earlier, Fiona. And I want to remind everyone that yes, they start out with 1 hour and 30 minutes. Yes, they do get an additional 30 seconds extra per move they make, but that's it. They don't get any time beyond that, which to many of the people watching sounds like an eternity of thinking time. But to these guys, they normally get an additional 30 minutes after they've made 40 moves. And losing those 30 minutes makes a big difference in their kind of internal chess brain clocks, which means that Dominguez very often will overestimate how much time is okay to use because he's so accustomed to getting an additional 30 minutes after 40 moves.
Yeah, it feels like the 20 minutes separating the two players here is already pretty significant, especially because you mentioned how Hikaru is still in his preparation. It is extremely unlikely that Leinier will play a move here that will take Hikaru out of what he prepared. And if he does, it would be good. It would be good news because it would mean that the move cannot be very good at all. So I'm sure Hikaru will be feeling very confident here. And I can't help but feel that what Leinier is doing is not very practical. Unless he's really trying to figure out the ramifications of knight d5 and what happens there. With this time control, without additional time on move 40, you really don't want to be trailing Hikaru by so much on the clock at such an early stage of the game. Speaking of knight d5, there was a question in the chat. If knight d5, what happens if black takes the knight?
Yeah, taking the knight definitely to be considered. The disadvantage is twofold. Number one, white will take back with the pawn, which threatens the knight. So you're kind of allowing your opponent's pawn to get closer to your camp and making threats on your position. On the other hand, you're also giving away your bishop pair, your two bishops working together, which can be a force to be reckoned with. In fact, those of you watching yesterday's game will remember that Hikaru had a really nice game and was close to making something happen because his two bishops worked so nicely together. So what are the advantages for black to make this trade? And the main advantage is simply that black gets some pawns that are very good at working together. So here Hikaru would maybe follow up with pushing his pawns 2 steps forward and really being aggressive with how he gets his knight out and then his bishop out. And this kind of position is tricky. It's incredibly complicated. 3 results definitely possible. Black can claim that these pawns making an advance in the center can grab the advantage, while white can try and argue, well, I have aggressive pawns as well, and I can have the rest of my pawns follow up afterwards with a pawn storm on the queen side. So I'm kind of hoping this happens, because if it does, we will see a situation where the 3 pawns of black on the king side, 4 pawns, will go up against the 3 pawns white has. And conversely, on the other side of the board, white's 4 pawns will go up against black's 3. And we will have a tremendously complicated struggle where the players are focusing on separate sides of the board, which often leads to the most fascinating struggles.
Yeah, I mean, all of these are things that Leinier must be considering right now. He is still thinking. I'm very curious. The longer that goes by, the more curious I get about what he's going to respond. I just had to laugh. I saw a comment in the chat from Vesco Marinov saying, I imagine how uncomfortable it is for these guys to comment for like 2 hours straight. What if they run out of things to say, lol? And I can't really speak for other commentators, but I can assure you, I don't think John Ludwig or I have ever run out of things to say in our career, at least not that early in the game. I think the toughest, at least speaking from my experience, is if you commentate a tournament where there is a lot of games going on and suddenly there is only 1 game remaining and it is an extremely dry Endgame where they still have lots of time. I think those can be tough spots, but in the early stages at least, there's usually a lot to discuss. And the worst case scenario is there's always you guys as a backup. We always find something to pick up from the chat that's interesting or that can be addressed. And yeah, we do also do a lot longer shifts than 2 hours. I don't know, John Ludwig, what's the longest you have commentated for?
Oh, I think I remember there was a time in the Vaikansea tournament, which it's my, in many ways, the Vaikansea tournament held in the Netherlands every January. It's kind of one of my favorite events because they often gather a lot of very interesting players. But it's also one of the events I hate the most because they are extremely traditional to a fault, and they have games that can last more than 7 hours. And in this day and age, I'm like, 7 hours for a chess game. Like, most people watching this stream right now are amazed that we have a 4-hour game. Because Maria, on the previous days, she's been quizzing the chat, asking whether this is the first time they follow a classical game, a game that can last more than 2 hours. And a great deal of chat says, yes, this is the first time. For us, it's incredible that they're sitting and thinking for this long, especially now with Dominguez going into his well, I was going to say happy place, but it's probably not that happy considering that he's spending more than 20 minutes on this decision. And in the Vaikansea tournament, it can last more than 7 hours. And I think one of the years it did last for that long, but it was also the last day of the tournament. So they did a playoff to find a winner thereafter. And I think that broadcast was like more than 8 hours, and I was completely cooked afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked on site in Vacancy for the last 5-6 years, and it's a tremendously fun tournament with great fields of players, as you mentioned, but it is a tough tournament. What's happened, Ludwig?
Leinier, he's going for it. He did it. When given the choice between playing it calm and going for aggression, Leinier Dominguez has announced his intentions to try and win this game. He moves his knight forward in the center, knight to d5. Hikaru immediately captures that knight. Hikaru invited to a party with this aggressive choice of the Sicilian opening. And now Dominguez is saying, okay, I see your level of aggression and I'm going to match it. I will have a do or die fight against you. And this game now is going to be tremendously complicated because as we analyzed, when we went through this knight d5 move previously, white is now going to take back with the pawn, force the black knight back, and we're going to see white develop their pieces. We're going to see Hikaru being super aggressive with the pawns, and we're going to get to this kind of situation where Hikaru has 4 pawns in red on the king side, those 4 pawns going up against Dominguez's 3 green pawns. But on the other side, Hikaru's 3 orange pawns going up against Dominguez's 4 blue ones. This is a treat. I have no other way of saying it. Both these guys have come to fight. And right now, this is not at all looking like it's going to be a draw and playoff. So good news, bad news situation. Right now, it doesn't really seem like we're going to see the rapid tiebreaker, but better news. We are going to see a tremendous fight in the classical format game.
I do love the color explanation, and I think it's actually a great way to visualize what can possibly happen here. What side would you rather play here if you had to pick, and why?
I mean, if I'm playing against Hikaru, I don't want anything with this position at all. Like, if I'm playing against Hikaru, either with white or with black, this is the kind of complicated struggle I think Hikaru's play style is really suited for. And, well, to be honest, mine is not. But objectively, I would say that probably in these kinds of situations, you prefer white's position. Because black's plan of pushing forward is, well, there's pretty much one move. You have one pawn you can push forward, and after that, you don't really know what to do next. Whereas white's plan of pushing forward is more straightforward in that these pawns just run down the board. So this is the kind of aggression we can expect to see from both players. White trying to get all of these pawns involved, black getting their pawns involved. And we're going to go back to the current situation because after knight d5, like we talked about, Hikaru took that knight without thinking, indicating that he is very much still in his preparation. Dominguez taking back with his pawn, putting pressure on the black knight. The black knight has to step back. And now Hikaru, next move, going to play this f5 and be aggressive with his pawns.
Maybe just one thing to point out about the line that you were just showing us, why it's easier for white to push the pawns, just so you guys don't get worried. I think John Ludwig was just showing as an example what can happen, because along the lines there were some tactics that were missed. And in fact, if we go back, it's one of the things that white has to be careful about, is that the rook on a1, of course, the bishop on g7 is a very powerful piece. So we weren't talking about concrete lines here, just showing why it's easier for white to push the pawns, because of course on numerous junctions here, black could have captured the pawn on d5. So of course it is easy. Yes, it is easier for white to push the pawns, but there's a couple of tactics to take care of along the way, especially that bishop on g7, really looking like a very powerful piece there. One thing that I'm very concerned about for Leinier, and I think is great news for us in here, is the time situation. To already have tanked a third of his thinking time, with Hikaru clearly still in his prep, is very concerning, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised Dominguez went for this continuation, given the time situation. I thought that he would appreciate that he got surprised. It happens to everyone. You cannot predict Hikaru's every move and every opening. Sometimes you get surprised. It's a match format. You just go for something calm, don't take committal decisions, and play something relatively safe. And in that respect, this kind of reminds me of the discussion we were having before the game started.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was asking if Dominguez has a choice between playing something calm that was likely to end in a draw, or going for it. And trying to stake his claim to an advantage and trying to win this game within the classical time format. I feel like what we have seen him do here is the guy who's going for it, who's being aggressive, who's taking risks, and who wants to decide this match before we get to the rapid tiebreakers. So I'm big kudos to Dominguez, inviting all of us, the audience, to a chess classic with attacks on both separate sides of the board. But like you said, I also agree that he probably shouldn't have done this, given that he's now almost 35 minutes behind on the clock.
Speaking of attacks on both flanks of the board, there's an interesting question from Benjamin Hussa in the chat, asking, Hammer, what are your thoughts on g4 to preempt f5?
I'm intrigued, because I can see that the computer's top choice right now, pawn to g4, that is a tremendously committal move. Like, pawns do not go backwards. And when you play this pawn 2 steps forward, you lose any chance of having control of this h4 and this f6 square moving forward. But at the same time, I did see that it was the engine's top choice.
But once we made it, it suddenly changed its mind.
Yeah, once we made it, the engine is not so sure anymore. But I think g4, like the logic behind it, if you go g4, you make black's plan of going f5, you make that move bad. So it's very good to think about, what is my opponent's plan and how can I prevent it? In this case, and under these circumstances, knowing that Hikaru is still in his preparation, Actually, I was going to make some more points, but I'm not sure I need to. Dominguez, knowing that Hikaru is still in his preparation, he's never going to dare play such a weakening pawn move, even if it does prevent Hikaru's plan. Because he knows, well, okay, so I prevent the main plan, but I don't prevent plan B and plan C. And this is the kind of move that could become a big problem in the future, because I don't ever gain back control of those H4 and F4 squares in the future. So I think just the way the game has progressed until this point, with Hikaru playing all of his moves without thinking, there's absolutely no chance Dominguez goes for G4. It's just too risky to do against a well-prepared opponent.
Yeah, I think if Leinier was in a must-win situation already, imagine this was game 2 when Hikaru had won game 1, then I think a move like we would be much more likely to see a move like G4, because if it works, it could be very strong. It's a move that's incredibly hard at the board to evaluate. How risky is it? Yes, you're tempted to play G4 to stop F5, but as you mentioned, at the same time, you're weakening H4 and F4 forever. So I agree with you. I don't think we will see Leinier go for G4 here. Again, I mean, we might be wrong, but I'm with you. I very much doubt it. I saw another interesting question from, I can't actually even read out I don't think I should be reading out that username. But they're asking, if the computer could factor in time, what do you think the current eval would be? I think it's a very interesting question. I would say, I don't know what John Ludwig is going to think. I would say it's already like almost half a pawn or something, because we're now down to almost a 40-minute difference between the two players, which is just incredible.
Yeah. No, in practical play, and especially having such a complicated position as the one we have here, I'm really liking Hikaru's play. I want to stay positive for Dominguez. I do want to praise aggressive players, but right here, I feel like the aggression Dominguez has made has just been ill-considered. Because there's a time and a place for aggression, and Hikaru Nakamura down 40 minutes, that is not the time or the place. That is the kind of thing that will land you in so much unnecessary trouble. Yeah, we see here Dominguez has made his move on the board. He does not go 2 steps forward with the pawn. That was way too much, given the circumstances. Instead, he plays pawn to G3. The idea is that he wants to get the bishop out, and he wants to give extra protection to that pawn in the center. And this is a nice, natural, solid move. And it's most certainly a move that Hikaru will have studied. I'm expecting Hikaru to play this pawn up to F5 quite quickly. And we've got some fireworks on our hands. And it's all thanks to Dominguez. But I think at this point, Hikaru is going to be the one celebrating the fireworks more so than his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's all thanks to Leinier. I think Hikaru is actually the first one to thank by when he opened with the Sicilian C5 on move 1, with Hikaru actually being the first to say, okay, today we play a game and it's going to be an exciting game. I'm always a bit worried if I play G3 here as white, am I not going to allow some F5, F4 pushes, or potentially even H5, H4? Is it not going to be a hook? But for now, Hikaru first responds on the other side of the board, going B5 to kick away kickback that knight from C4.
B5 is a surprising move because there is this rule of thumb in chess that says do not play on the side of the board where you are weaker. And Hikaru says, I don't care about these kind of rules of thumb. I'm here to play a concrete game of chess. And my assessment is that pushing this advance on the queen side will actually make it more difficult for white to attack over there. The knight does step back. One of the reasons Hikaru did this is probably because now the knight is blocking white's bishop from getting into play convincingly. And here Hikaru goes G6, getting ready to move his bishop out and then maybe get the pawn involved soon thereafter. And Hikaru is still in his preparation. And there's so many different ideas for Leinier to watch out for here. And now with the added complication of the pawn advance on the queen side, which means now Leinier has to consider, maybe I should switch my attention to this side of the board, because now Hikaru has created some weaknesses I can poke at. So life is not easy for Dominguez right now. He has so many different plans to choose between, and he has so little time to make his decisions. I'm really liking Hikaru's play. You're right. I did not give Hikaru enough credit because he did play the Sicilian defense. Hikaru was the first to say, I want to be aggressive today. And then Dominguez said, okay, if that's what you want, I'll follow your lead. And the more we're looking at this, despite the eval bar, this thing on the side, which is more white than black, indicating that white's position is for preference, I think that's just a mistake, a lack of the engine's ability to understand human psychology. I think Hikaru's position is excellent. And I think Dominguez will be very happy if he comes out of this alive, because this is a very complicated position to be down 40 minutes in.
Yeah, it's funny how, time management and chess preparation work, because I am with you. There are so many things to figure out here for Leinier, and he is certainly not in an easy position. If times were reversed, if Leinier was the one with an hour 33 on the clock and Hikaru had 53 minutes, we would be saying, this is really tough spot for Hikaru. There's a lot of things here for him to figure out. And that is the power of preparation and of getting the first surprise in over your opponent, is you just don't have to spend that much time over the board figuring things out, because you have looked at this before. You're still well familiar, not just with the concrete moves, but also with the different ideas, like where do my pieces go in this case, It's very likely that Hikaru has looked at this much further down than just one or two moves. We shall see. But yeah, a really tough spot for Hikaru. I just wanted to get back to a question that happened a few minutes ago. Karen7 was saying, Fiona, when you play classical chess at this level, how do you go about planning time in your head? Obviously, you don't know when you will have to spend time considering, but do you try to keep yourself to limits like 10 minutes thought about something above X time, or some sort of max time differential you will allow? Which I thought was an interesting question, because we talked so much about the time management here. Of course, I have no experience of playing classical chess at this level, but my experience is you can never plan your time management in advance, no matter how much you tell yourself, okay, I shouldn't get too much behind on the clock, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do that. Every game is different. Every game has its own dynamics. There are players, like Wishuk, there are players like David Howell, who's a great friend of mine, who are notorious time travel addicts. And of course, they don't get in time trouble because they think it's so much fun to be under this pressure every time. But it's just something that is very hard to control or to correct. So I don't think that any of these players ever have the thought, I'm going to limit myself to this amount of time or that amount of time. But it's just every game is different, and for sure this is not what Leinier was planning for his time management for today. But these things just happen when you get surprised like he did today. It's very easy. I mean, and the time also, I'm sure John Ludwig, you can relate to me. When we sit here in the commentary booth, it seems like, oh my goodness, Leinier is burning so much time. But when you're sitting at the board, the time goes so fast.
Yeah. And I think one of the critical points you made in your argument is that you often compare your time to your opponents. So it's not always that you tell yourself, oh, I cannot spend 10 minutes on this move. I cannot spend more than an hour on the first 15 moves. It's more like, oh, I should try to stay within 15, 20 minutes of my opponent. And right now, Dominguez is failing that spectacularly, down 43 minutes at this point. And it's not over. Hikaru is still in his preparation. Dominguez still has difficult decisions to make. I think Hikaru's time advantage could end up being 50, maybe even 55 minutes before he has to start thinking about his moves, which is why I'm also very optimistic that Hikaru is actually going to win this match by winning with the black pieces, a clutch win, because this is a position that suits Hikaru. His opponent is under tremendous time pressure already. Hikaru has analyzed this ahead of the game with a chess engine. That's why he's able to play so quickly. He's done a tremendous job of predicting the plans Dominguez would choose. I just, everything is looking good for Hikaru right now.
If you're Leinier here, Leinier who is in the tank again, what are some of the moves you're considering? Bishop g2 seems like a natural developing move. I mean, our last move before we had to retreat the knight was g3. Of course, the idea behind g3 is to fianchetto that bishop. But if you're not going to go Bishop g2, and Leinier answers my question. He goes for the immediate pawn push on the queen side, a4, to challenge the pawn on b5.
Yeah. So I was going to answer your question. It's easy to say now, Fiona, but I was going to say there's two things to choose between here. Either you just continue your development to get the bishop out and then castle your king, or you go in a different direction. You play a4 and you try and put pressure on the queen side. And putting pressure is what Dominguez wants to do, understandably. But this is the kind of move that Hikaru 100% will have analyzed. Because if you're going to push your pawn up the board early on in the game, you gotta know what's gonna happen when the opponent comes in to challenge. So I think when Hikaru gets back to the board, he's gonna play quite quickly. And I'm very intrigued by the recommendation from the chess engines right now. Because when Dominguez went g3, I was like, okay, he wants to get his bishop out and protect the pawn in the center. And when Hikaru went g6, I was like, well, he'll probably move the bishop one step forward and try and point down the board. But the chess engines, they're saying that the preferred move here is to go with the bishop to h6, one step further than what is normal, and try and point down on the white knight. Now, I don't really understand the point of this move just yet, But I do know that this is the kind of move that's going to make Dominguez think a little bit extra, because this is a surprising move. It's not human instincts. And if Hikaru goes for this move, it will almost certainly be because it is part of his pre-game preparations, that Hikaru knows this is being advocated by the chess engines, and Dominguez will understand as much just because it's a surprising move, and that's going to frighten him if Hikaru is still in his preparation.
Yeah, I think Hikaru
at this point.
I think looking at the camera, I think Hikaru was just reaching. To me, it looked like he was reaching for the bishop from f8. This is the first, at least brief pause that we've seen Hikaru take. But I agree with you. A4 is a move. If Hikaru looked this for A4, will have been part of what he looked at, most certainly. The fact that Hikaru is pausing to think here doesn't necessarily... Oh, does not go. He wasn't reaching for the bishop, but instead he was reaching for the knight from G8, and he goes knight F6. We see that the bar jumped a little bit. Hikaru still played the move quite quickly. What do you make of this?
I think Hikaru is bluffing. A good, nice, classic poker move being made on the chessboard instead. The fact that this move is hated by the chess engines, like you said, Fiona, the bar now increasing further in White's advantage. This is the middle of the board here, and you can see that there's white sections beyond that midpoint on the board. That indicates that the computers quite seriously prefer the white position in this instance. Would Hikaru play a move that was so hated by the chess engines if he was still in his preparation? No, he would not. But does Dominguez think that Hikaru is not in his preparation with that pace Hikaru was displaying? And the answer to that is probably also no. That Dominguez thinks, oh, this must have been actually an obvious move because Hikaru played it so quickly in a very tricky position. So Hikaru is appreciating the value of the time advantage. And he's saying, okay, I have not studied this at home, or I don't necessarily remember the move I was supposed to play here, but my opponent is going to be so stressed out if I just move quickly. So Hikaru makes a quick move. Engines say it's a bad move, but it's okay because it's a calculated risk.
I see some comments in the chat that at a higher depth, apparently the engine doesn't dislike knight f6 quite as much. You had me completely convinced at first that this is a bluff, and it might still be. But could it be that we're wrong and actually that it is actually still Hikaru's prep? And if not, let me ask you this. If you think knight f6 is a bluff, do you think it could be some of the previous moves were also in the same category rather than being prep? Because it would seem like a strange moment to be out of prep, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm reacting to the computer evaluation we have on the screen. Yeah. But at the same time, the point I made earlier still applies, that some of the most valuable preparation these days is moves the computer initially underestimates, which you then kind of figure out that, oh, the computer was wrong in its initial assessment, and it kind of decides that it's okay after thinking for a longer time. So if this is one of those moves which the computer initially underestimates, then this is some of the best preparation we have seen, not only by Hikaru, not only this year, but in chess. Because right now the engines are not liking Black's position, but Hikaru is looking very comfortable, and he's putting his opponent under tremendous pressure, with Dominguez being down 45 minutes on the clock in what is a very, very tricky struggle.
With Hikaru still up time from where he started. Let's maybe have a look at the engine's suggested best move, the reason that it jumped up, which is c4. I see some comments in the chat that at a higher depth, the engine gives equality after c4. So maybe this is actually still preparation from Hikaru. Let's try and understand why at first the computer thought that white might be substantially better after c4.
So c4, the idea of this move would be to open up the scope of white's bishop and try and eliminate some of the pawns blocking the bishop's path. The engine gives pawn takes pawn. Bishop comes out to attack the pawn on a6. And here, one of the moves being recommended is actually going with a rook to the side of the board, simply to protect that pawn. A very tricky struggle, but in fact, Dominguez has chosen a different direction. So Dominguez instead decides to make the trade between these two pawns, which I think makes perfect sense. Because after the trade, what has happened is that we've opened up for the white rook to be able to instigate matters along the side of the board.
So what's the difference? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Hikaru responds instantly because, well, there wasn't really any choice. A pawn was captured from him. He needed to take that back, which means Hikaru is still on more time now than when the game started, while Dominguez is, not. He is not there, not even close. Dominguez down. It was 45 minutes. Now it's 47 minutes. And it's still increasing by every move being made.
I was going to ask you, what's the difference if we play c4 now as white? What are the differences?
Well, after c4, I guess if you take now and the bishop comes into capture, the difference is that previously we had a white pawn and we had a black pawn, and we do not have that in this circumstance. It means, for instance, that the black pawn is now not being threatened by the white bishop. That seems kind of important. That now we don't have to try and protect a side pawn. But the discussion is a bit moot because Leinier Dominguez has here chosen not to go for this pawn aggression on the queen side. Instead, he is now completing his development. Bishop to g2. The bishop gives extra protection to the white pawn in the center. Hikaru will now get his bishop out, and both players will castle. So we've had a long flurry of unorthodox moves from both sides, but it seems now that the focus has gotten back to the roots, back to the general principles of chess openings. Right now, it seems like both players will be focusing on getting their bishops out and castling their kings.
One of the things I'm curious about, if we go back to that position we just had on the board a second ago, so if Hikaru does go bishop g7 and both sides castle, one of the things which have changed since we looked at the obvious developing moves a bit earlier is that we were thinking Hikaru would go f5. Now that isn't possible anymore right away because there is a knight blocking that pawn from advancing. So I'm curious, does this change the dynamics of the position? Does black now maybe go for another plan of putting pressure on the pawn on d5? I'm not sure how we do it. We could bring the queen out, maybe queen b6, queen b7, or queen c7, queen b7, just to bring another attacker in. Then potentially use the c file next. We can imagine rook c8, potentially the rook then doubling on the c file to put pressure there, maybe the rook even coming to c5 to bring yet another attacker on that pawn. So that's one of the lines along which I'm thinking. The other is, does the knight from f6 just move away and we still go for the plan with f5? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think moving the knight away and then still trying to push these pawns up the board, that is definitely the way to go. So Hikaru didn't want to push this pawn up immediately because he was concerned about how that would affect his king safety. Mm-hmm. He wanted to get his king squared away before starting to push the pawns up the board. That would be my thinking. I also think that compared to some of the stuff we studied previously, one of the main differences here is that the black pawn has advanced, mm-hmm. and right now it's not looking like a bad idea for Hikaru that this pawn pushed forward. The disadvantage to this is that now it's what's known as an isolated pawn, a pawn that's standing on its own without other pawns next to it to be able to defend it. So an isolated pawn can only be protected by pieces such as the black rook here. So that's a disadvantage. But one of the advantages of having advanced this pawn is that the plan I kind of laid out for white previously, I'm actually going to go back quite a bit to showcase that. Because it was around here, we were talking about something like this and how white would, sorry, let me put this knight up here instead. We were talking about something like this, where the pawns just charge forward to try and win the game. If we now go back to the current situation on the board, then that pawn charge is just no longer viable. Because every time white now tries to push their pawns forward, Hikaru is going to say, okay, yes, I see you attacking with your pawn. I guess you want to push your pawns forward. Not going to happen. Hikaru takes out the pawn before it manages to land in on black's half. So Hikaru is playing aggressively on the side where traditionally he has the worst chances, but that aggression with his pawn on b5 is making it more difficult for white to push their pawns forward. And now we have a second surprise because Hikaru, he has decided, oh, you thought we were going back to traditional play, bishop fianchetto, castling kings for both sides. No, nothing about this position is traditional. Hikaru goes bishop h6. A very unusual placement for the bishop, but Hikaru is simply saying, I think I have some pressure here down on white's pieces. And having this bishop point down on the knight is going to make white's life harder. So then that's what I'm going to do.
This one you'd have to explain to me, because in general, I feel like when the bishop goes to g7, as white, we are the ones who want to exchange the powerful fianchettoed bishop. This is why I'm confused. I see the engine like bishop h6, but for me, I would like you to explain. I hope I'm not the only. I hope some people in the chat are confused as well. Aren't we making it easier for white to exchange our dark squared bishop? And if so, why do we want that?
Okay, so in this position, if white wants to trade the dark squared bishops, there's one thing preventing that from happening. It's the knight on e3. The knight is standing in the way. And so in order to make the trade, white would have to move the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can get the trade of bishops, but then Hikaru is going to say, okay, I tricked you. I'll go back.
What if I go to G4? Can I go to G4 instead of F1? Just to try and be a little more active?
Well, the thing about G4 is that after trades, like black can still go back, but there's a case to be made for that your theory of trading the bishops is good for white. That may not necessarily be true. Not because the black bishop is so bad or the white bishop so good, but simply that after the trades, we must not only look at what pieces we've traded. In fact, sometimes it's more important to look at which pieces remain on the board. And here, the white piece remaining on the board is a bishop that's being blocked by its own pawn. And that's the only piece white has. Basically, this bishop being blocked by white's own pawn, if we go back to the current position on the board, this is white's worst piece. That bishop has purely a defensive task in the position to guard the pawn. And if you trade all the other pieces other than that bishop, then white takes all of the good things about the position and gives them away and leaves themselves with only the bad bishop remaining. So it's not necessarily a problem to make a trade of bishops, but I think also the point I wanted to make is that this knight has really nowhere good to go. So you're not going to be able to even if you wanted to trade the bishops, it's not going to happen because you cannot move the knight to a good square to try and make the trade.
Yeah, this is a compelling argument you're making. And I think looking at the chat, I'm not the only one who's been confused. I see a comment, where is Maria? I just wanted to give a shout out to Maria, who was just in the chat with us a second ago. For all of you who are missing Maria, she's not gone forever. She will be back commentating on Wednesday. So we'll see Maria then. And yeah, Leinier once again in the tank here. Bishop h6. You know what I think bishop h6 means? Or what it means to me is I think knight f6 was not actually a bluff by Hikaru. I think Hikaru is still quite familiar with this position.
Yeah, I agree. This bishop out on the edge of the move, that's an untraditional development. And when you're playing untraditionally, it usually means that it's not untraditional to you, right? You need to be familiar with the ideas in order to pull something like this off. And I agree with you. One of the main ways to be familiar with such an idea is that you're still in your preparation or within the same kind of ideas that arose from what you prepared. So and also at this point, the engines are liking Hikaru's position. We're liking the position, Hikaru's liking the position, the engines liking the position, and Dominguez is now 50 minutes behind on the clock. So he's presumably not liking the situation that much.
Literally, just as you say that, he's making a kind of slightly unhappy face. And yeah, he looks stoic, he looks calm, but he must be very unhappy right now.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game where there's no easy way of bailing out.
Mm.
There's no like, okay, if I want to make a draw now,
Yeah.
I just make this move and this move, and since I have the white pieces, I have some leeway to work with. But that's not the case here because white has that bishop on g2, this bishop which is being blocked by its own pawn. You can't really play safe with such a bishop because we saw it in the variation we looked at earlier. If you start trying to make trades, Hikaru's never going to trade off this white bishop because it's so bad. So making trades is often just improving black's chances. And as Dominguez castles, well, then Hikaru castles right away. And someone in chat was asking, where's Hikaru? Well, he was there for a second, and now he's gone. Hikaru keeps playing his moves quickly and then getting up from the board. It's a bit of a psychological ploy. You're indicating to your opponent, I know this stuff. I have my plan ready. I know what I want to do next. I'm going to let you sit and stew.
Let them cook. Isn't
Precisely.
that the new meme? Maybe it's already too old at this point. Trying to keep up with Twitch lingo is a tough task. But yeah, I'd be very curious to let him cook. That's the one. Let him cook. I'd be very curious to know how long Hikaru has spent at the board in this game. I don't think it's much more than 10 minutes, and we're now an hour 15 into the game. It's a tough spot for Leinier. Okay, both players are now very close to having completed their development. They are both castled. And now, I mean, you've already used up so much time, and now the difficulties just begin. I mean, now you have to show what's next. You have to come up with a plan. As you mentioned earlier, before there was a more obvious thing of there was the more obvious idea of pushing pawns on the queen side. That is not so easy any longer because there's now this pawn on b5. So what do we do? Do we try and prepare some pawn pushes on the queen side? If so, how do we do it? Do we look at developing the final piece, the bishop on c1? Where does that even want to go? Actually, looking at it, I think I would love to put that bishop on a3, maybe.
Oh.
Or yeah, maybe this is a better way of doing it. But the idea was the same, to get on that diagonal and maybe at some point try and put pressure on d6. I also would like to utilize the open A file, but I'm not too sure how to do it. Maybe rook a6, yeah, to use that. What are your thoughts?
I think there's a clear idea that white is going to go for here. It's bishop to d2.
Mm-hmm.
And then black has to make a move. And then we go bishop to b4. I think this is going to be Leinier's choice. There's two good things about this. Number one, the bishop, actually three good things. Well, let's not say in advance how many good things. Let's just count them. So then this bishop finds a good placement where it's pointing down and putting pressure on black's position. In addition, the bishop is blocking the black pawn, making sure that this pawn doesn't run away. And then maybe you can get your rook and your queen to point in towards it afterwards, now that you've made sure that it stays put for the foreseeable future. And then was there a third good thing I was going to say about this? I don't remember, but getting the bishop here to this b4 square, I think is screaming out to be played. And that would be very, very nice for white when we thought Hikaru was going to put his bishop in the traditional fianchetto position. But now that Hikaru played this bishop all the way out on the side, then we need to consider what happens if bishop takes knight and then black tries to put further pressure on this white pawn. So this would be the kind of thing I would expect to have happen. Instead, Dominguez has gone with queen to d3.
Okay, so queen d3 is looking at the pawn on b5. That pawn is defended for now, however. What else is the queen on d3 looking at? It is protecting the knight from e3. You were just talking about that line where black can maybe take on e3. So maybe one of the ideas is to also prepare getting the bishop out and then being able to recapture with the queen.
Okay, here's what I think is happening. I was very skeptical of this move because now after knight d7, the bishop comes out, the knight will attack the queen. And then you ask yourself, well, why did we put the queen here when I'm just getting attacked afterwards? So I'm trying to figure out why put the queen this far forward when that means the queen is within reach of black's pieces. And the only thing I can come up with is that Dominguez has eyed out the square a3 for the queen, where the queen will support the pressure along this diagonal together with the other white bishop getting into the game. So white is going to have both the queen and the bishop pointing down on the diagonal. But in addition, there's going to be the queen and the rook working together on the side file. So I guess my impression right now is that Dominguez thinks this queen will do two jobs at once, working together with the bishop and working together with the rook.
And what do you make? I mean, it's funny, earlier you were talking about the evaluation bar and where the middle of the board is. This is the first moment in the game where right now the evaluation bar is telling us 0 zeros. What do you, from a human perspective, make of the evaluation of that position?
I think it's a complicated struggle. Lots to play for both sides, many different plans. So given the information we have right now, I would say that I would prefer the side with extra time. And if you say that one of the sides have 50 minutes more than the other, then I'm taking that side every day of the week.
Yeah.
So I'm big creds to Hikaru for his opening play, knowing the right spot to showcase some ambition and aggression, playing the Sicilian defense when he didn't need to. Hikaru is a very solid player. He could have gone for the Berlin of the Spanish. He probably would have managed to make a draw if he did, but he would have needed to defend. Here instead, he's not defending. He's aggressing. He's putting pressure on the opponent, causing Dominguez to spend tremendous amounts of time. And if I'm Dominguez here, I'm very uncomfortable because of the time.
It's crazy, John Ludwig. I just received a message on Messenger. Big shout out to Lawrence Cooper. I did not realize, I should have realized, Rook b8, if we go back to the opening stages here, Rook b8 was actually played yesterday by a teammate of mine in the English league. This position occurred on the board in a Neil MacDonald against Nick Pert, who is my teammate in the 4MCL. And Nick actually lost a quite horrible game, but I think it's working out a lot better for Hikaru. So thanks to Loz for making me aware or reminding me. I'm always curious, are the players familiar? How close an eye do they keep on all the happenings, on all the games? Because so many games are being played every day. What are the odds that they have seen that game?
I guess we could maybe ask Hikaru if we get to talk to him after the game. I think in general, these top players are very attentive to games being played around the world, especially when the games are being played between grandmasters, which as this game you're referencing was. But I think also it's a sign of the times that, okay, so there's a grandmaster playing this line with black. It probably means that it's got an undeserved bad reputation, maybe. And maybe Hikaru knew that fact, not because of the game being played in the Four Nations chess league in Great Britain, but because he has analyzed it himself many months ago, and now got the right timing to use what he had studied. And this is something we see quite often, that the players will have analysis they have done many years ago, even, that they suddenly end up getting to use because they work hard, and it's much easier to study 20 different moves than it is to play 20 different games. So I remember that Hikaru said about the game he won against Sam Sevian on the first day of this tournament. Hikaru said afterwards that this was something he had studied when he was vying for the world champion title in the world championship qualifier known as the candidates. So you being hardworking pays off also in chess, because some of the things you studied, you may not get to use it when you thought you were going to get to use it, but you keep it in the bank. And right now, I think Hikaru is being very happy with the work he's done on this opening. Knight d7 on the board, like we predicted. This knight is coming up to challenge White's queen and ask the question, why did you play your queen out so aggressively, knowing that the knight could still get into range of forcing her to move again? So yeah, good homework by Hikaru. I'm not even sure he's prepared this for this game specifically. This could have been something he looked at many months ago, and it's been a tremendous opening success.
Absolutely. By the way, thanks a lot to everyone in the chat subscribing with their primes, and in general for all the support to everyone who did subscribe during the stream. Hikaru must be very happy here. And if I'm Leinier Dominguez, in my own experience in this time control, whenever I drop under half hour, it feels like that's sort of a big milestone. It feels like suddenly I'm almost playing a rapid game. This is not the situation you ever want to be in, and certainly not against Hikaru. It's hard to imagine that he would have missed this idea of the knight jumping back to d7 and coming forward to c5 with a tempo. But I also feel for Leinier, like things are just gonna go from bad to worse because he understands he is under huge, at least practical pressure because of the clock situation. He has already burned so much time to get to what he must realize is an equalish middle game position that Hikaru will be more familiar with than him. And it's, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, if half an hour from now or something, we see him down to 5 minutes. It's going to get more and more difficult to play faster for Leinier. First of all, you have to figure out, where is that queen going? How do I react? I mean, bishop d2 is the move that we were looking at.
Yeah.
I see the engine is suggesting b4, among other things, which again it reminds me of the move g4 that we were looking at in the opening, right? It has a very concrete idea of stopping the knight from coming to c5, but at the same time, as you mentioned, pawns don't go backwards. And here we see two weaknesses being created in white's camp: the square on c4, the square on a4. Also, the pawns that you were just highlighting are suddenly discombobulated. So yeah, b4, certainly a move that will cross Leinier's mind, but a very committed one.
Yeah. But every time he has a decision to make, a choice to make, that's going to take even more time. Mm-hmm. So making the choice between, okay, do I allow this knight to come up and attack my queen, or do I not? I can prevent it by playing b4, but then my pawn cannot go backwards. And then I don't get to put my bishop on this square, which I was maybe planning to do. Yeah, it's a complex middle game position. There's so many different plans to choose between, and that's the essence of Dominguez's problems. There's not one clear plan moving forward. There's lots of different plans that needs to be assessed. And when you try to assess them, you spend a lot of time, and then you get lower on time. And then at the end, you're out of time, and then you lose because you make a mistake, being very, very low on time. So no, it's a tricky position for Dominguez, and it's only getting worse the more time he's spending. On the other hand, if he stopped spending time, then maybe he makes a big mistake. So no, I'm really liking Hikaru's chances. I feel like a bit of a broken record just saying the same thing over and over, but Hikaru deserves credit for the way he's handled this opening, and right now it's looking very good. Dominguez does play bishop d2. He's going for that bishop to the b4 square plan after knight c5 now, which I think Hikaru is going to play pretty quickly. It was quite clearly the intention with his previous move. I'm going to make the guess that Dominguez is in fact planning to put his queen here on a3, trying to get that situation with the bishop working together with the queen against some of Black's pieces, and have the rook and queen work together along the A file. I think this is going to be Dominguez's best hope of surviving this game. But the fact that we're even talking about surviving with the white pieces is a testament to the trouble Hikaru has managed to create for his opponent. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action from the American Cup and this very decisive day 4 where Hikaru is trying to win to secure his place in the winner bracket finals. We're back with more from the American Cup featuring Hikaru Nakamura. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and with me is Fiona Stel Antoni. And Fiona, how are you feeling about this latest move from Hikaru, knight to c5? That was the first time of the game Hikaru spent more than 10 minutes to think about a move. Where is this white queen going to go?
It's interesting, right, that Hikaru would spend time for almost the first time in the game for a move that we thought was quite obvious. The knight goes into a more central position and hits the queen at the same time. Talking about time, if you're just joining the show now, if you weren't with us for the start of the game, surely the first thing you will notice when you look at the board and the clock times is the big difference on the clock. Leinier Dominguez down to only 26 minutes, while Hikaru still has an hour 10 on the clock. Let's remind everyone, there is no additional time here on move 40. So 26 minutes is all that Leinier has left for the rest of the game. We saw some really brilliant preparation by Hikaru, who clearly wanted a fight. He wants to try and win the classical game here to avoid the playoff. And it's worked a treat. He has got a position where we don't feel he's any worse. He's got a huge time edge. And Leinier is still thinking about where the queen is going to go. You said, Jon Ludwig, before the break, you expected the queen to go to a3. He must be debating, will it be a3 or will it be e2? A3 makes more sense in that, well, a3, we control the ale file. The queen is more active on a3 than it is on e2, but Leinier, he will have to speed up. But Jon Ludwig, that's easier said than done.
Yeah. But at some point you just you got to start making decisions. And here, like you said, I'm surprised Leinier hasn't yet played his queen to that a3 square. And also the fact that Hikaru spent 10 minutes on this move. Like, Dominguez, what have you been doing for 10 minutes? If not to answer the obvious question, where am I going to move my queen if my opponent comes in with a knight to attack? So a big question mark around Dominguez's time management. It's not bad thinking for 3 minutes on a move, but it is bad when it's a move you could have expected. And when you're already so far down on time that you should be making a couple of decisions while your opponent is thinking, rather to have your clock run down even more. So no, I'm very unimpressed with Dominguez's time management. He's a fantastic chess player, but in this game, his inability to make tough decisions might come back to haunt him.
Yeah, it feels like there will be moments in the future in this game. This game is not headed, for a draw anytime soon. There's so much life left. And it feels like there will come spots that require more thinking time than this one. So I'm also confused. And I also think what Leinier is doing is not very practical. But I feel Leinier has really been bamboozled by the whole game. Hikaru surprised him with some big prep. And it's just a difficult position for him to be in. If he goes queen e2, what can be said for putting the queen on e2 rather than a3?
I guess the queen would then be closer to the king, so it would be better able to defend should Hikaru try to go for an attack. But my main problem with queen e2 is not really, it's a psychological one rather than a chess one, a chess issue. My thing is, if you wanted to move the queen to e2, why didn't you move it here? Why did you first move it forward and then go back to a square where you could have gone immediately? It doesn't make sense why you would first go forward and then go backwards. And the computer engines are saying that, well, queen here is better now than earlier for some inexplicable reason, that maybe the black knight is worse placed on c5 than on f6, which also I don't understand. So yeah, it feels wrong to move the queen back, because if you wanted to have the queen on that square, you could have gone there in the first place.
Could it?
And just that's what he does.
Could it also be to do? You mentioned the queen is closer to the king. Could it also? Could Leinier be trying to say, b5 is an isolated pawn, and it could be a weakness? Is he looking to play rook a5 next, hitting that pawn, maybe doubling the rooks on the a file? Is that a plan that makes sense for white?
It's definitely a plan that makes sense. But again, I ask you, if you were happy to have the queen here on e2 to put pressure on the black pawn, then why didn't you go there immediately?
And I think that comes back to your question, why would the knight be worse placed on c5 than it was on f6, which I'm also confused by.
Yeah. To me, it looks like the knight is better placed here because it's easier to make threats against the the white position. And not to forget, one of the main aggressive plans Hikaru has at his disposal, the pawn push, f5. Pushing this pawn forward was not possible when the black knight was back over here standing in the pawn's path. But one of the reasons I would think it's better to have the knight over on the queen's side is because now we also have that free possibility of getting the pawn involved in a rush towards the white king. So yeah, I'm not really understanding what's going on right now, but that's why it's good that we have some world-class players making the actual moves instead of washed commentators.
I think J-Dog put it best in the chat. Our commentators are just realizing that chess is actually stupid and makes no sense. John Ludwig, talking about f5, can we just go for f5 immediately here?
I mean, it's very tempting, no?
Yeah.
So one thing I will note is that we don't really want to go f4. So the idea of pushing this pawn forward is not actually to go further, because if we do that,
or is it?
Yeah. This is the point I'm trying to make, that if you do that, white has very good control of both the f3 square and the e4 square. And then there might be some practical difficulties with where on earth the horsey is gonna go. But that's the main point here, is that pushing this pawn further forward would probably not be great in most instances. Instead, what this pawn move, what its main intention is to go e4. So pawn to e4, this will make a nice row of pawns defending each other up the board. These kind of pawn chains, as we call them, is always very good to construct in your own games. And because these pawns are defending each other, it's making life for white's bishop rather difficult, because now this bishop cannot find a good diagonal without being blocked by black's pawns. And then the question becomes, is this the right moment to push these pawns forward, or does something else need to take precedence? And that's what Hikaru is thinking about right now.
Yeah, you mentioned the bishop on g2, how we want to restrict that. Maybe I'm getting tunnel vision here. I was wondering, can I put the bishop back to, let's say if we go back to that position we just had on the board after f5, can I put the bishop on f1 and try to use the bishop to put further pressure on the pawn on b5?
Yeah, you can. And then Hikaru will try to get his knight into the center. So Hikaru will, and I guess this is an argument for the knight not being amazing where it is, that the knight needs to reroute anyway. But like something like this, with the knight suddenly trying to get involved in an attack against the white king, yeah, you're going to give up a pawn on the side of the board, but then you're going to start attacking the king. So this is, in a dream world, this is the kind of thing we're looking for, with white attacking on the queen side and black attacking on the king side. And the big difference in these queen side versus king side, opposite, attacking on opposite flanks of the board situations, is that one side of the board has the king. And that means, okay, if white succeeds in their attack, they're going to win a pawn. But if black succeeds in their attack, they're going to checkmate the opponent's king. And so very often these attacking on opposite flanks situations, it's better to be the one attacking on the flank that includes the opponent's king.
And, you know, you make a very compelling argument, and I think it's quite likely that we will see f5, especially given the clock situation here. You know, Hikaru's entire game strategy was based on surprising Leinier first, playing very enterprising chess, pressing, and it feels like as long as there is no serious problem with f5, why not just go for it now?
Yeah. I want to make one point. And that is trying to prevent the opponent's plan. So we know white is trying to get the bishop to this b4 square, where the bishop will be well placed, where there's no pawns being able to chase the bishop away, and where it's also kind of locking in black's pawn, making sure that this pawn cannot progress, which in turn will make capturing the pawn much easier when it cannot run away. So there's one potential reason for Hikaru to delay his attack, and that is that he feels it's important to first prevent white's plan and then proceed with his own. So there's one move here worth noticing, and that is the move pawn to b4. And the advantage of this move is that when the pawn progresses further forward, it increases the scope of the black rook. And the black rook now has control of the b4 square, thereby preventing the bishop from going where it wants to go.
Yeah.
So that's one thing to consider for Hikaru. But, you know, every time you move your pawn, you cannot move backwards. The further you get into enemy territory, the more likely it is that your pawn is going to be captured. This is a committal move. So it makes sense also for Hikaru to spend quite a lot of time considering whether the pros outweighs the cons.
Yeah, I mean, I've been blabbing on and on about how I want to attack that B pawn. I was wondering if after B4, I feel one of the white pieces which isn't really doing anything right now is the rook on f1. Well, the bishop on g2 as well. I was wondering, can I put the rook from a1 somewhere more active, like a7? In general, we're quite happy getting our rooks on the 7th rank. I want to follow that up with putting the other rook to a1, then maybe go queen e1 and try and put pressure. Try and put pressure on the b pawn.
Yeah. And I think that's a good plan. But in general, if this pawn is put pressure on, the pawn can just move forward.
Mm-hmm.
As a general rule.
Yeah.
Because even though Hikaru pushed the pawn forward, the point wasn't so much that the pawn wanted to stay where it is. It was just to increase the scope of the rook. And if anything, the scope of the rook continues to increase the further the pawn makes it up the board. So maybe white needs to go b3 to prevent the pawn from progressing, and then you can do your plan.
Yeah.
But, every time we're like, okay, but maybe we want to do this first, then the opponent gets more time to do their thing. So Hikaru will then push his pawn up. You'll have your rook into activity, and Hikaru will continue pushing his pawns forward. And it's a position that's very difficult to assess. I mean, it could go either way. I mean, I could easily see white winning this position because there are some problems. So like you said, the pawn on b4 is a potential target for white's pieces. This rook is looking amazing, pointing in to where the black king is residing.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that Hikaru is now, starting to use his clock time as well, because as you just mentioned, okay, what did he do? He went queen
c7. So he doesn't do either. He doesn't push the pawn forward, not on the left side, on the king side, nor on the right. But what he does do is prevent the rook from getting to a7, which was one of the key tenets of the plan you mentioned. So maybe this is just a slight improvement of the queen's positioning, making sure that the white rook doesn't get involved. And then we can continue with the pawn plans afterwards.
As you mentioned, though, b4, one of the ideas was to stop the white bishop from getting to that square itself. So is bishop b4 now an option again?
Yeah, no, I would definitely play this. Bishop to b4, it makes a lot of sense. I think. And
so bishop b4, what if Hikaru continues with the plan we've been talking about forever? What if black goes f5 here? Then how do we want to proceed as white?
I guess you go rook a5, right? You want to attack the black pawn. You want to get your other rook potentially involved.
And then, I know you said earlier.
Well, no, I'm looking at the computer. I'm looking at the computer. The computer keeps suggesting this pawn to f4 move. Which I don't really understand. But that is the thing about chess. There's so much about it we don't understand.
I mean, it's also it feels like a very pragmatic position rather than a position. Is that the word I'm looking for? Or practical?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a position where maybe general principles take a bit of a back seat and it's all about concrete moves instead.
So we could take this one, and then I guess rook takes would attack the bishop. No, I don't know. It's very tricky. I guess this would be okay for black getting the rook involved, uh, making some questions to the white king. Now that because the white king was feeling very comfortable when they had the skeleton of 3 pawns standing in formation, blocking anything happening there. But once that pawn formation is ruined, there's much easier access towards this white king. No,
And Leinier?
I'm kind of looking forward to the next hour of this game because this is going to get so tricky for both parties.
Yeah, and Leinier has stopped the b4 push, but he hasn't stopped it in the way we anticipated. We thought bishop b4 was going to be played. Instead, the pawn went to b4.
Putting pressure on the knight. The good news here for Hikaru is that his move is very easy now. He needs to go knight d7, just move the knight away from the threat.
I have to ask you, John Ludwig, if we go back one move, I see that the engine suggests only one other move, which isn't terrible, which is bishop e3. Bishop e3 is a move that I would never consider in a million years here. I would be way too worried about the weakness of the dark squares around my own king.
Yeah, so I don't think a human player would consider bishop takes e3. It feels wrong. And here the justification is that the move white wants to make, which is bishop takes back, that loses control of the c3 square. And now knight a4 is a good move for black, getting access to that square the bishop left. But I don't see that happening. That is a classic computer move. I don't think humans are capable of, like you said, giving up the bishop, giving that control of the dark squares around the king. You're not going to do stuff like that.
The fact that Hikaru is thinking, though, seems to indicate that he's at least considering it, no?
Well, actually, I think what he is considering is not bishop takes knight, but rather this knight to a4.
Mm-hmm.
So I think right now he's wondering, should I go up or should I go down? And the problem of going up, this would be an excellent move if not for the fact that white can push the pawn forward to c4, challenging the black pawn, when the black pawn cannot capture white, because then the pawn leaves the defense of the knight and allows the white rook to capture there. So I'm almost 100% sure that this knight is just tracking back to from whence it came, and I don't see a problem with that. I feel like that knight, if anything, wanted to go back in the long run, because we have this plan with the black pieces of pushing our pawns forward, creating this pawn chain, and then getting our knight supporting the pawns by kind of standing in their vicinity and standing behind them, offering some jumping options forward. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised Hikaru is thinking here now, because knight back seems pretty standard, pretty obvious, and I feel like Hikaru went into this game thinking, okay, I'm not going to take too long on my decisions. I'm going to put pressure on my opponent by playing quickly. And we saw that for the first 15 moves. He followed it perfectly. But now, over the last 3-4 moves, Hikaru has spent more than 5 minutes on all the 3 latest moves. So he spent 6.5 minutes 3 moves ago. Then he spent 11.5 minutes after that, and 11.5 minutes again on the previous one. So he's really spending a lot of time on these past couple of moves. And that kind of surprises me, because I thought part of his strategy today was to stress out the opponent by playing quickly.
Yeah, and it's actually, you just answered, or at least addressed, what I was wondering about as well, because I think in a sense, we always thought, right, that we shouldn't play against our opponent's time. But I also thought that was what was going to happen here. It felt like Hikaru had almost an hour lead on the clock. And here, yeah, especially in this spot, I'm very perplexed that he hasn't played knight d7 yet. But on the other hand, I think it's also a teaching moment, right? You don't want to rush. We thought that knight d7 was quite obvious. Clearly not so. It's still the move that Hikaru has played. But yeah, he did spend a bit of time here. And I think all in all, it's a good teaching moment to see that Hikaru does not rush just because Leinier is quite low on time.
And now that the decision has been made, every time Hikaru makes a move, that's a big problem for Dominguez, because every time Hikaru moves, not only does he make his move, he also presses the chess clock. And that chess clock is ticking dangerously fast for Dominguez. Just settling in here, taking in that knight move from Hikaru. We've already spent 1.5 minutes.
But he is now speeding up. Look at this. Leinier has already made his move. It is rook a5. And indeed, I'm glad, I've been banging on and on about this pawn on b5. And that is the clear plan that Leinier is now going for, putting pressure against that pawn, probably looking to double rooks on the a file. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting battle. Earlier, you mentioned there are some lines, sometimes we can just give up that pawn if the attack on the king side is fast enough. Could that be the case here? Is f5 an option?
It's a big question. And I guess it's a question Hikaru will spend some time considering right now. Pawn to f5 is the move black wants to make, but you don't want to lose a pawn just like that. And in these calculations, rook takes, I guess, take, push forward. So once you give up a pawn, you're playing with tremendous risk.
Yes.
Like
especially when you give up the pawn,
yeah. If you give up the pawn, there's a big chance you lose the game, even if it increases your chance of winning the game. So unless you have something quite immediate, then you probably shouldn't be doing it. And here, it seems as though this knight to c4 move, which looks kind of sketchy because the only thing defending the knight is the queen, and we can come with our rook to attack the queen. But it turns out the queen can keep the knight defended while also starting to put pressure on Hikaru's pawns. So
yeah, I agree.
Right now, it seems like Hikaru cannot push his pawn forward. And that's a big problem. Because then what is Hikaru going to do? Is he going to move his queen over to protect? Well, then, like you said, White will try and double the rooks. And then the rooks can be very disturbing to this queen. Because the queen and both of Black's knights are being attacked along the same rank. So yeah, Dominguez has sped up, but more so, he's managed to create a position where the best plan is obvious. And if anything, I think that's the key for him in this position, that not only did he need to play faster, he needed to have a position where it was easier to play fast. And I think a lot of his previous decisions have relied around that. The way he's played the past couple of moves has made his plan moving forward more obvious and easier.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see there's an interesting question in the chat. Can Hikaru take on e3? And if right recaptures with the pawn, which we were looking at earlier, can we capture the pawn on c2?
Yeah, so bishop takes knight. It's actually the recommendation of the chess engine. And like you said, like taking with a pawn, then there's no pieces defending the pawn on c2. So you can probably take that, and then you have an extra pawn. And yes, you may. There's some tactics here with rook takes pawn, but it's not good because after the trade of the rooks, white's queen, in order to take back, abandons their own bishop. And so in this kind of skirmish, black ends up on top with the knight joining the queen to attack around the white king. So I think after bishop takes knight, pawn takes is not really that it doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
I mean, the move that needs to be addressed is bishop takes, because then not only does the queen protect the pawn on c2, the bishop also gets in a better position pointing down towards the parts of the board where the rook already wants to go. We've seen plenty of times this rook wanting to go to this a7 square and just pointing in against, well, everything in black's camp.
Yeah, it's a big moment here for Hikaru, because giving up your bishop on e3 is not a decision you're going to take lightly. And if you don't take on e3, then the question again becomes, what do you do about this pawn that's under attack on b5? I just wanted... this game has actually been so enthralling that we've never even looked, not just did we not look at the other game, we haven't even mentioned it, but I believe that Wesley So against Fabiano, although Wesley is up a pawn, those pawns are very mobilized on the queen side. I think this game is going to end in a draw in a not too distant future. So most likely we'll be heading for a playoff here. In the Hikaru game, I feel all three results are still very much on the cards. So yeah, this one we're in for a big fight. I have to say, this is actually the first moment in the game that I would clearly take white. Before, I felt Leinier is under such pressure, both on the board and on the clock. Suddenly, there's only 28 minutes between the players. It's still a lot, but a lot less than it was. But more importantly, Leinier suddenly has quite a clear plan, while it's not so obvious for Hikaru what to do next.
Yeah, I completely agree. We've been heaping praise on Hikaru, but the fact of the matter was that the computer engines throughout did prefer white's position. But we were kind of saying Hikaru's position is easier to play, and he has this tremendous time edge. But now the time edge is shrinking. And like you said, Fiona, white's plan is so obvious. He just wants to take a pawn. And it's not clear how Hikaru can prevent that. And the move being recommended for Hikaru, bishop takes knight, giving away your powerful bishop, allowing the white bishop to get into a better position afterwards. That's a massive concession.
There's a
And it's
question.
really not what you want to do.
For sure. I think there's a question about this exact position in the chat. Someone was wondering, who was it? Georgios was asking.
Hikaru has actually taken. Hikaru takes the knight. So that was a really, really difficult decision for Hikaru to make, but he found the right solution under what suddenly had become uncomfortable circumstances. And he does take that bishop, that knight with his bishop, now playing with two knights versus two bishops. And I'm really curious what happens after bishop takes back. The pawn is still under attack. This bishop pointing down into black's camp. Like this is this is serious.
Yeah.
And for Hikaru to go down into this, I feel like is more something out of necessity rather than thinking, oh yes, I'm going to give away my bishop and let white's bishop get into a good position. That's not what Hikaru is thinking. He's thinking, oh, I might actually be in some trouble here, and I'm going to have to take a very controversial decision to get out of this.
A few people in the chat have been wondering if Queen C4 is an option here for Hikaru.
Sorry, Queen C4?
Yeah.
Queen C4, yeah, I guess that is a possibility. I would still be a little bit concerned about these two knights on the same rank. So here, if you offer the queen trade, white can say yes to the queen trade, that's fine. But then rook coming in to attack both the knights, that's going to put black under some pressure.
Yeah, you have to go rook d8.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but then you're attacking this pawn. And if you protect, I guess you can move the rook up to try and attack the other pawn. The engines are saying this is massive for white, but I agree it's not entirely clear what's going on. I think there's a fair chance that black will be able to capture one of these pawns.
What if I just defend with rook d1?
Yeah, rook d1. So I want to go this knight f6 move to have even more pieces attacking, but I can't do that as long as the rook is sitting here pointing in on the other guy. So then maybe I have to go with my king over to protect. Yeah. But now this rook c7 move is good. So yeah, suddenly, there's so much pressure on so many different directions.
Yeah, this doesn't feel right for black at all. I think the bishops quite clearly dominate the knights here. I don't like this. What is really interesting to me, by the way, is that Leinier is still thinking. So he is considering taking with the pawn. Maybe we should take another look at that.
Yeah, taking back with the pawn doesn't feel right to me. It opens up the king position more. It creates another pawn that can kind of stand in the way of white's bishop. Yeah, it doesn't feel right. Sometimes chess players have this feeling, right, about trusting your instinct. In order to be able to make decisions quickly, you got to trust your instincts. And taking with a pawn doesn't feel right. And indeed, that is not what Dominguez chose to do either, being quite low on time, down to just 15 minutes. He did capture back with the bishop, but now we see Hikaru justifying why he did what he did. And here, knight to f5 is his chosen move, immediately attacking the bishop, and thereby also showcasing maybe what the problem was, why the engines were recommending taking with the pawn instead, because now that you took with the bishop, you get that black knight threatening immediately. And if the bishop moves away, this knight can cause even more trouble as it makes its way further into the heart of white's position, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn, and defending your own pawn. That's a perfect move. 3 out of 3 in terms of being useful.
Yeah, and well, if we go back to knight f5, I have a question. What if I just say, okay, you have my bishop, but I'm going to just capture your pawn on b5 now?
Yeah, and that is certainly the critical move. What happens if we try to capture a free pawn? And I would say I would definitely want to capture this white bishop if I'm given the opportunity to do so. So I'm going to take the bishop.
Right. After we capture with the pawn, otherwise the rook on b5 would be unprotected.
And then
what?
Yeah, no, he covers a pawn down here. That's a very real thing. And if these white pawns start marching down the board, being down a pawn is going to be a disaster. That being said, it's difficult for white to get these pawns moving forward because we have such good control of the dark squares. So if I play something like queen to c3, that makes a lot of sense. Because I'm blocking the c2 pawn from being allowed to move forward. And if white tries to trade rooks and then go with this pawn trying to become a new queen, well, I can easily put my knight to block the pawn from progressing. And so my queen is blocking this pawn, my knight is blocking this pawn. And so the white pawns have kind of been stopped in their tracks because the only remaining light piece, minor piece that white has is a bishop attacking the light squares. But notice how every single piece I'm putting now, I'm putting on the dark squares so that white's bishop cannot challenge them. And it becomes impossible for white to kick them out of their defensive placements.
Yeah, it's a great point. And also sub account 7 was asking a great question in the chat. Fiona, which would you rather be though? Down a pawn or down 30 minutes? I think I would rather be down 30 minutes. Or I was going to say that, but now that John Ludwig has, gotten this position on the board, suddenly I'm not such a big fan of the white position any longer. So originally, I was going to take down 30 minutes. Now I'm not so sure. Which would you pick?
Well, if I can get this position we have on the analysis board, I would definitely take black.
Yeah.
Because I think the potential of the knight is so much bigger than the potential of the bishop. This bishop is a horrible piece, being blocked by its own pawns in every. Actually, the computer's main move here for white is pawn to e4, and then this bishop is like, I am not happy with all of these pawns standing in my way. So if I can get this, I'm very happy as black. But then the question remains, what is going to happen from this stage we have here? And I guess the answer is that if Dominguez tries to move the bishop, the knight will come into d4 with this amazing placement and the attacks and whatnot in every direction. So I think Hikaru is going to take this bishop next move. I think there's nothing Dominguez can do to prevent that bishop from being captured. And that's probably why the computer engines were saying that Dominguez shouldn't take back with the bishop. The computers saw that if you take back with the bishop, this guy is dead. He's going to be captured. And that's why they were advocating capturing with a pawn instead. And I think when this bishop gets captured, white is left with this other bishop that is just miserable, pointing into its own pawns. I'm taking the chances of Hikaru winning this game. I'm bringing them back to the table. There was a slight moment there. I was rather pessimistic on Hikaru's chances, but no more. I'm really liking that he's about to capture this bishop. And we see Dominguez, he does not dare capturing that pawn. Instead, now he's going for trades. He's trying to put pressure on the black queen and on the black knight. And Hikaru can stop this pressure very easily, moving his rook up to try and make a trade. But it doesn't change the fact that, actually, it does change the fact. No, actually, Dominguez, he's a very good chess player, isn't he? Yes.
He certainly is.
Okay, so Dominguez is saying, I have this pressure against your queen and your knight. If you move your rook to try and trade off, if you make this trade, then since your queen is no longer attacking down this the c file, now I can safely move my bishop back, because after knight d4, this double threat that was a big issue previously, since the black queen no longer has the threats down the diagonal, white manages to keep his very important bishop.
I'm also impressed. I actually thought that, when Leinier was reaching for the rook on a5, I thought he was going to take that pawn on b5. But now that this idea is on the board and Leinier has indeed played bishop d2, thus holding on to the bishop pair, this makes a lot of sense. I still had a question, I know it's off the board now anyway, but this blocked position we reached after rook takes b5, where Hikaru was down a pawn, but all the white pieces were on light squares. Did you think that final position, that it was just equality for black, that, okay, black is down a pawn, but white can't really do much? Or do you think black could press for more here?
I think black would be better, even down a pawn, because I think it's very easy for black to try and put pressure on the c2 pawn, or even try to put pressure on the b5 pawn. So, there were very good reasons to why Dominguez wanted nothing to do with this position. Once Dominguez loses his dark squared bishop, he loses the ability to challenge these kind of blockading pieces. And that's why he worked so hard to find a continuation that allowed white to keep the bishop. So he couldn't go with the bishop back immediately. One of the reasons being that the queen then could just capture a pawn along the c file. So he decided, I first need to keep the queen occupied, coming in here with my rook, making that trade. Now the queen is no longer pointing down. Now I escape with my bishop. And as long as I have this bishop, I have the ability to challenge black on the dark squares. So big kudos to Dominguez for that play. But Hikaru still has a massive time advantage, and the computer engines are evaluating the current situation as being approximately equal. So Hikaru got out of this without landing himself in trouble, and he can still be very sneaky, jumping around with his horses while the opponent is low on time. And that is such a classic scenario. In fact, when we talk about, for instance, bullet chess, 1 minute chess online, I'm pretty sure Hikaru has said this himself as well. The knights are especially valuable in these low time control formats because their jumping around is at times a little bit unpredictable. And being low on time facing the knights is a challenge.
Yeah, and speaking of the knights, one of these knights right now could hop into d4, a nice and central outpost from where it hits the queen with tempo, asking that queen to move yet again. Also hitting the pawn on c2. However, Hikaru goes in another direction. Rook a8, another move that I'm very happy to see, because earlier we were talking about White's ideas, to double on the A file, and White always, it was a file that White was always the one who was in control of, but suddenly no longer.
Yeah, great move. The rook belongs on the open file, the definition of which is a file without any pawns to block the rook's access. And this rook is going to come down very similar to what Dominguez was trying to do. If we make a random move here, rook to a2, and there is a very long row of white pieces on this second rank that the rook can attack. So I'm liking this move from Hikaru. Dominguez still under pressure on the clock, on the board, and we will find out if he crumbles in the next hour. This is the highlight of day 4 from the American Cup being played in St. Louis, where Hikaru is the favorite to win the whole thing. He is the #1 ranked player. But before we get to see that continuation, before we get the fascinating ending of this game, we're going to take a quick break. We're back with the American Cup, and we are here on day 4. Hikaru Nakamura in this winner bracket semi-final. It's the decisive game against Dominguez. After a draw yesterday, it means that the winner of this game will make it through to the winner bracket final. And this game has become really spicy. With Hikaru now pushing his rook far into enemy territory, putting pressure towards all of these white pieces. I'm Jon Ludvig Hammer. I am hosting this broadcast together with Fiona Stein Antoni. And right now, Fiona, the first moment in the game where the computer engines are giving a serious advantage on Hikaru's behalf. Do you think Hikaru's going to take this down with Dominguez only having 6 minutes to his name?
I mean, Hikaru, he's a guy, he doesn't pass up on too many opportunities which present themselves to him. This, as you mentioned, is the first moment in the entire game where the evaluation has really swung in Hikaru's favor. I see the engine lines here, so I can see the move that the engine wants is knight f6. Let's have a look and try and see why is knight f6 so strong.
Knight f6 does put pressure on this d5 pawn.
Have we been baited?
In addition, it takes control over this e4 square. But yeah, after I made the move, the eval went back down and says it's equal again. Maybe I need to work on my settings, not to bait you over and over.
On the other hand, I mean, it's not the first time we've been baited today. It's probably not the last time. I still think, you asked me, do I think Hikaru will take this down? I think he has very good chances, even if the evaluation has swung back to equal. This is far from being, a drawn position, drawn equality. There is still so much left in the position. Before we went on break, you mentioned just how tricky knights are. When it's mentioned, it's usually in the faster time controls, but Dominguez is pretty much playing a blitz game now. He's down to just under 6 minutes. So yes, I do actually fancy Hikaru's chances. But Leinier has, he's handled himself well under serious pressure on the board, on the clock. I think draw is the most likely outcome. If I had to put a bet down, I would still think this will end peacefully, but I think we are in for a treat here. And I think a lot is going to happen in the next half hour here.
Hikaru needs to figure out how he can get his knights working together while also creating threats towards white's position. The problem right now is that knight d4, which is the move Hikaru wants to play, get that knight smack dab in the center of the board. If he goes here, then the white pawn will advance and simply kick the knight away before it manages to do anything. So Hikaru needs to gradually work his way forward. And indeed, he has played this knight to f6 move, which does take control of both e4 and d5, tries to have some influence there. I think what Dominguez is going to do now is play bishop to g5, simply attack the knight, because the knight isn't actually that well guarded where it stands. But wow, just like that, I mean, we barely got the move on the board, but Dominguez has already spent 30 seconds. So Dominguez now has less time on the clock than he did before this move, because the extra 30 seconds he gets per move he makes has already been depleted. So at this point, I feel like every time Hikaru makes a move, it's cause for celebration, because it means Dominguez is getting even closer to that very stressful 0 on his timer.
Yeah, and I mean, the position might still be, roughly even, but I imagine it's quite a narrow path for Dominguez to maintain the equality. I'm actually, I said I still think the most likely outcome is a draw, but if I offered you a bet, you can take a decisive result either way, and I take a draw. Would you take it?
I mean, would chat take it? Maybe
They would.
This feels
100%.
like no, but this feels like a prediction time. This feels like a prediction time. There's a lot of people who need to win back their channel points after they believed in something I said yesterday. Maria had the opposing view. And the Maria believers won a lot of channel points, and the Hammer believers got poor. But yeah, no, I might take you up on that because no, I think the knights are so tricky, but even more so, the knights can jump around. Like you can try so many different tricks with the knight. You can be like, okay, I put my knight here. Okay, you attacked my knight. Okay, I'll try somewhere else. And now the engines are advocating for this knight to go back to the C7 square. Okay, I'm also attacking this pawn. I'm protecting my own pawn. Maybe that's interesting. And then you can try to put your knight in here. I guess you can also try to get your knight to the C4 square. Dominguez is down to 4 minutes on the clock. He's essentially going to play the rest of this game with only 30 seconds per move.
Yeah,
I don't understand how he's going to survive that.
That's the thing, right? It's a position where it's just impossible to bail out. Very often, these top players are very good at understanding when they are in a tough spot and when it's time to bail out. And some positions, it is possible. You exchange some pieces. You say, okay, I tried with the white pieces. It wasn't there. Time to make that draw and refocus for the rapid playoff. However, in this position, I don't think that option exists for Leinier. There is nothing he can do. There is no way he can trade off all the pieces. So I think he's in for a tough fight here to hold on for dear life.
And now King G2 played by Hikaru. That makes a lot of sense. Just defend the knight that was being threatened. And even though Hikaru's king now is being lured out to the center of the board, we talked about this earlier, how white is very dependent on this dark squared bishop. You don't want to trade this dark squared bishop because then you have no control over some very important dark squares in the position. And in fact, after this King G7 move, on my screen, Bishop H3 is being recommended as one of the few good options white has. But Bishop H3 makes no sense to me. Because, I mean, Bishop H3 threatening the knight will move. And then you've moved your bishop away from protecting the pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
So we are looking at very tactical variations, by which I mean it's about, okay, I capture that one, you capture that one. What is the situation afterwards? That is the textbook example of when you want to have a lot of time to think about the consequences. And Dominguez, he doesn't have that time.
Yeah. Speaking of time, do you know what time it is?
Prediction time?
No, it's not prediction time. It's not hammer time. It's time to use your prime. to get Dominguez even lower on time. This is a tried and tested strategy, which has never failed us before. So do check. You might have a spare prime. You're not going to see any ads. You will support this channel and what we do at the same time. So use those primes now to get Dominguez low on time. He's already pretty low on time. I'm not sure how much lower. Poor guy's just gonna flag. Thank you so much to Getz and to JR Rojas for the primes. Dominguez, who's on 1.5 minutes. Thank you guys for your support. It is working. We are pushing Dominguez towards the minute mark. John Ludwig, when has this strategy ever failed us before?
Well, apparently never. The guy is about to see that scary 0 on his clock.
It is scary. He's under 1 minute now. Guys, you have done it. We've done it, chat. The hype train has left the station as well. And it is time to get hyped, although he has just made a move and magically jumped back to 2 minutes. So
wow. That is such a scam. That is such a scam. I don't know if that was Jeff Bezos or what, but suddenly Dominguez's clock got an extra minute. That is the biggest scam I've ever seen, actually. Everyone was doing their job, offering primes as a sacrifice to get Dominguez low on time. And then Jeff Bezos suddenly gets involved and somehow manages to add an additional minute on Dominguez's clock. I don't understand what's going on.
And he plays Bishop. Okay, I have a question. I was just talking about this, bailing out. If it were white to play again, can we find a pass move? If you're white.
If you're white.
Yeah. Do you just want to take both knights and get rid of them?
Well, right now you're threatening this knight with 2 pieces, though.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, let's say Queen D7.
Queen D7. Yeah, fair enough.
Something's not fair enough here. What is?
Engine not super happy now because after pawn to G4, when the knight moves, bishop takes knight, king takes. And now there's a bishop pointing down on the black queen. The only thing blocking is the pawn, but that pawn can move forward, give a check on the king, and open up towards the queen. And that's game over. Now, in general, like we talked about how this bishop on the light squares was being blocked by its own pawn. In general, white is desperate to try and trade this bishop. So I'm thinking Hikaru here wants to just move the knight away. It's safe, no problem. Knight moves back. Not going to be a massive issue. That's going to be my prediction here.
Are you not worried that your king will be out in the open after king f6, or you feel the king is always in time to just drop back to G7?
Well, I don't see what white is doing here, though. Because we talked about how Dominguez's position is so dependent on the dark squared bishop. So when you give up that dark squared bishop, you basically have to follow up with a checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're just in tremendous trouble strategically with this bishop not being able to attack, the dark squares and whatnot, and the white pawns needing that bishop's protection so that it becomes a defensive piece.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Hikaru to go knight e7. I think Hikaru has been surprised by bishop to h3. Mm-hmm. I think he's surprised that white has left the protection of the d5 pawn. But I think just preserving the knight, making sure that white cannot trade off their worst piece, I think that's going to be fine still for Hikaru.
Bebex is asking what speaks against knight d4.
Yeah, so knight d4 is where we want to put the knight, but every time it goes there right now, it's being kicked out immediately.
Yeah, and I guess the engine says this is fine, but to my human eye, it looks like if the knight has to go to c2 or b3, it just, I don't know. It feels dodgy, right?
Yeah, it feels like this knight might very well get trapped. Although right now it can technically maneuver to the c4 square, which would be very good.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we cannot discard this move just yet.
But if we play rook d2 here is right, are we not concerned about the pin?
Rook d2, knight is in some serious trouble, but we can move our rook to give a check. And then if the bishop blocks the check, then our knight can make its way to the c4 square. So it's not the end of the world.
But maybe, earlier I was talking about this bailing out. I see that the engine here suggests rook d1 with a possible repetition on the cards.
Yeah. If you're just chasing the rook, then black can go back and forth. But honestly, I'm surprised that this is being recommended, given that after the rook trade, this looks good for black, no?
But the bishop is coming to h6 now.
I can attack. I can. Oh. Check. Threats. Yeah, I don't know. And my first impression would be that this was good for black. And then the computer has completely destroyed me afterwards. But yeah, Hikaru is gonna figure it out. But yeah, in general, I wouldn't be. It feels like if I'm going up here, the knight is getting kicked around a lot, so it feels safer just moving back. And moving back also puts additional pressure on this white pawn.
Yeah, knight e7, the move we are expecting. Hikaru still has half an hour on the time. That's one of the nice advantages, one of the perks of getting such a huge lead on the clock early in the game is that you have plenty of time when the game gets to, these crucial moments. If not knight e7, do you think the other move he's considering is knight d4, or is there something else we haven't looked at altogether?
Well, actually, there's the move h6, which is interesting. So h6 puts pressure on the bishop. And if the bishop trades, then we've talked about how, in general, getting that dark squared bishop would be quite good for Hikaru. The problem is, after that trade, white can also get rid of their very bad bishop. And then we get this position, which is difficult to assess. Black has good pawns in the center. But black also has doubled pawns in a slightly weakened king position.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to assess this.
Yeah,
this is probably still quite a bit better for Hikaru.
I think I'm always maybe a little too worried about my king. I was gonna say I would take white.
Well,
but then
yeah, the problem for white is this pawn on c2.
Yeah.
What was the word you used? Discombobulated?
Yeah, that's the one.
About these pawns, right? These pawns would you want to have your pawn one step further back so that you can have your pawns standing protecting each other.
Yeah.
But because this guy is kind of lagging behind and these two guys rushed ahead, this whole pawns working together thing white has going on, that's one of the major reasons we're liking Hikaru's position.
Yeah.
because these pawns are not working together at all.
Yeah. I mean, what about I try and undiscombobulate the pawns and play c3, just so that pawn isn't weak on c3 any longer, and it defends the pawn on b4.
Yeah, but then maybe you open up some of the rook scope so that the queen, black queen, can try and attack.
Okay, I'll
I don't
play
know.
with
In
d3.
general, I don't want to. In general, I don't want to trade this bishop on h3. Like, this
Which makes
bishop
sense.
is by far white's worst piece. So I would really like to avoid any situation in which this bishop gets traded. Which is why I'm liking this knight to e7 move. But the amount of time Hikaru spent here suggests to me that there's a big problem here. And the computer is suggesting the variation bishop takes knight, forcing the king out into the open. And if the king could just go back, then black is going to be so much better, because this bishop is a disaster in comparison with the knight. But for the moment, the king is out here in the open, and the move f4 can try to exploit the king's positioning. Because if this pawn is captured, then the queen comes in, forcing the king even further out, and in the end, delivering checkmate.
This would be unfortunate.
And if the king now tries to go back, then white captures. And if Hikaru recaptures, suddenly this pawn has a free path to become a new queen.
Yeah.
So I think this is what Hikaru is considering right now. That after knight to e7, if white goes for this normally unfavorable trade, but with a very clear intention of then trying to attack the black king, is this a big problem or not? And the more time Hikaru is spending, basically the bigger the problem this line probably is.
Yeah, it does look scary. And well, of course, Leinier is also calculating these lines on Hikaru's time, but just because we know he is doing that cannot make us make our move faster, because if we do play knight e7 and it turns out bishop f6 is a problem, then it will be too late after. So I suspect that Hikaru will spend a fair bit of time here. The computer seems to suggest that queen a7 is a saving grace here. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, so queen comes in to give the check. The king hides. And one player in chat I saw suggested rook a1. But rook a1, that allows the trade in the center. And if you take back with your pawn, that's the big problem here, that it allows this pawn to have a free pass to move forward and become a new queen. Oh, and here also the computer is saying that you can attack both the king and the rook at the same time, as if the situation wasn't bad enough with the pawn making headway. So even here, even after this check, then the engines say you have to play another only defensive move, which is to take. And that's pretty shocking, because after the check, the only move you have is king moving up. And at this point, if you got this far, you're probably already thinking, hell no. No way I'm going into this. So yeah, and this is a position that's forced if Hikaru retreats his knight.
Yeah.
So it actually turns out Dominguez has played a brilliant move. Bishop to h4. Kudos. Great move. Wanting to trade off your worst placed piece, and if Hikaru retreats, you start a devastating attack on the Black King.
Yeah, I mean, bishop h3, really a great find by Leinier, especially when he was so low on the clock. And he can't, I mean, the more we go down those lines, the more I think Hikaru isn't actually going to play knight e7, but maybe he is going to, maybe suddenly the situation might have turned, and maybe it could be Hikaru who's looking to bail out if he feels that this knight...
because, I mean, worst case, Hikaru is still better after this h6 move.
H6.
Because we looked at this, right?
Yeah.
When we just get all the trades.
Okay, but what do I have to... Yeah, I probably have to take on f5, yeah?
Well, if you don't take this knight, I'm very, very happy. Because then I'm going to run away.
I see the engine is suggesting this queen f3 move, which looks quite interesting.
Oh, queen f3.
So I'm threatening.
Yeah, that's annoying. For a moment there, I saw the computer suggesting king g5. I kind of want to make that move just for the laughs, but
yeah, sometimes
worst case, you can just go back and forth.
The computer has a sense of humor.
It doesn't even realize itself that it's being funny.
Yeah. I
have always been told that, oh, Hammer, you're so unintentionally funny. And I hate people saying that to me, because I'm like, oh, I'm trying so hard to be funny, and you guys can't even give me credit for it. But yeah, chess engines also, same problem. It seems to be a chess thing.
John Ludwig Hammer and chess engines fighting the same fight here.
Yeah, you're right. That queen f3 move is quite annoying. Because if I now try to take this pawn, then you go g4, and I cannot move my knight. Yeah, Dominguez has really found a good move, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, bishop h3. He's had this opportunity to play the bishop out here for some time. Like, this black knight went up to this square ages ago. But he found just the right moment to put that pressure.
Yeah, and Hikaru just dropping on the 20 minutes. This is a situation where we could suddenly see the clock times even up. This is a position I know that if I were black here, I could very easily find myself in a spot where, 1 minute I have half an hour on the clock, and then I look at the clock again and I am down to 5 minutes. Because even though the material is somewhat reduced, there's so much life in this position. I mean, some of these lines we looked at were really crazy. And this is really, really a critical moment in this game, I feel.
Yeah, well, in fact, in hindsight, the previous move was critical.
Yeah.
I mean, king g7, it seemed so natural from Hikaru to defend the knight, just get the king in a slightly better position. But after this bishop h3 from Dominguez, disrupting the coordination with Black's knights and potentially starting a devastating attack, suddenly it's Hikaru who has to tread carefully. And right now, I think this is going to be a draw. Hikaru decides the best thing to do is to move the knight forward, but then instantly gets hit by the pawn attacking the knight. And now this knight, it's kind of being lost behind enemy lines. The knight is not going to be trapped, but the knight is not going to be able to make its way back home either. And some of the variations we analyzed here just end up with with an equal position where the knight, we see here the knight tries to reach the square c4. This is something we studied, but the computer engine is very adamant in its position that we may now just see a draw after rook to attack the knight. The knight cannot move because of the black rook behind. And if the rook now moves to give a check, the engine suggests rook d1. The idea being that after this trade, even if the knight tries to make it to the c4 square, it's actually really difficult to get there, because after, for instance, the trade between bishops, bishop f1 takes control of the only square this knight was trying to reach. And in this position, the knight is never getting back home.
Yeah. What do you think? We will see a draw here in this position? Do you think we'll see this repetition with rook d2, rook d1?
No, I think Hikaru will try to win the game. I don't think Hikaru is going to acquiesce to a draw just yet, with Dominguez down to 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, Hikaru is going to try to rescue his knight and bring the knight to the c4. Well, he's not going to be able to do so if Dominguez plays correctly, but he's going to give it a try.
If rook d2 right now, how do you bring the knight back?
You give the check on the king.
Yeah, rook d1.
Rook d1, and we make the trade.
And
then we try to bring the knight back. It's not going to work if Dominguez plays perfectly.
Yeah.
But Dominguez is low on time. He may not find all the perfect moves.
Yeah, I think I was wondering if in that position you might be worse, but I agree with you.
Oh, but he goes for a different move. Dominguez, thinking his time down, the queen moves to put pressure on the black knight. Hikaru adjusts his pieces, but this is good news. This is good news because this means there's better possibilities of this knight being able to evacuate from trouble. First off, though, we need to deal with the threat being made by the white knight, bishop, and the white queen. Hikaru retreats his knight. This knight is now covering the important squares around the black king. This is all good. Our main quest now is getting this c2 knight back into the game. The way to do so is to maneuver it via the a3 square to the c4 square. And if Hikaru manages to do that, he may win this game still. On the board now from Dominguez, bishop f1, the bishop pointing towards the black pawn, but more importantly, pointing towards that square, c4. So Dominguez is essentially saying that if you try to move your knight out of this area, I'm just going to capture that knight with my bishop. So that's the bad news. The good news is that the computer engine, the eval bar, is quite significantly preferring black's position at this stage. And as long as there's something to play for, Hikaru is going to try to grind down the win with Dominguez less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat are wondering, is the game over? Sometimes I think it's right now Hikaru's move. Sometimes the clock transmission malfunctions. I imagine that Leinier has something just over 30 seconds because he kept going down in the end to his final seconds. Well, someone is saying 53 seconds. So he is under a minute, but he still has time. The chances that somebody at this level actually loses on time are very, very low. However, the chances that they make a big mistake under serious time pressure are quite a lot bigger.
Yeah, and also, chat, we can see the video from St. Louis. If the game was over, you would notice. So unfortunately, the relay of the time not 100% accurate, but the video feed is not a deep fake. We're not investing millions of dollars into faking two animated chess players playing against each other. We don't have the budget for that. So if nothing else, for the moment, for the last couple of years, we can still trust videos. Trust this one.
Let's enjoy it while it lasts. So yeah, Hikaru is thinking here. Knight a3 looks like the move we want to make. Knight a3, not only is the knight looking to go back to c4, we also overprotect the pawn on b5. We open the rook along the second rank. So knight a3 looks quite natural.
You can't really ask for more from a move.
No, that's true. One thing that I would wonder about if I were black here is can white start throwing his pawns at me? Can white go, I don't know, h4 or g4? Anyway, I want to go for both these moves.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of my problem is I'm not sure what Hikaru's next move is, because I'd like to get this knight back into the game, but I also don't want to allow my opponent to trade off this bad bishop. We've been talking about this bishop for a very long time and how white is trying to make a trade with the black knight. Wow, Hikaru's chosen an entirely different move. Rook to a3. The rook pointing towards the white queen. If the queen moves away, then the rook will capture the white pawn. If the queen does not move away, for instance, this h4 move you were talking about, then the knight can capture a white pawn, relying on the fact that if this, you cannot recapture because it opens up between the rook and the knight. So Dominguez tries to disrupt the rook's positioning, moving his bishop back, and Hikaru keeps the rook pointing towards the white queen.
Okay, and renewing the question, what are you going to do to stop knight takes b4?
And also starting Dominguez's clock, which is ticking down so quickly. He's down to just seconds on the clock. He's looking so calm. He's not.
You would never know.
Queen to e4. Wow, but that loses the pawn. He abandons his pawn. Hikaru's idea of pointing his rook towards the queen has worked out beautifully. The queen moves away from that pressure, but when the queen moves away, it also moves away from the protection of the pawn. Hikaru captures the pawn. Hikaru is now up by a pawn, and Dominguez still very, very low on time. After that pawn is captured, the bishop comes in, pointing down on the rook, but also pointing down towards the black king. This just became tremendously complicated, but you would assume that that favors the player who still has time on the clock.
Yeah, good luck playing this position as white with under a minute, and you're never gonna get more time. You'll never get more than your 30-second increment. Okay, where does the rook go? Does the rook go at all? I see we can maybe throw in this knight f6 move with the tempo hitting the queen. I like knight f6 just to put one more piece on that diagonal between the bishop and my king.
Yeah, perfect move. More pieces blocking this diagonal, putting pressure on the queen, forcing the queen to do something. And because there was also a problem here that if the rook moves back, there's, oh, wow. I was going to suggest something like rook c1, putting pressure. But actually, if the rook retreats, the engine is recommending bishop takes pawn check, sacrificing the bishop. And then after the trade...
What is this madness?
What... white is down a knight for just a pawn, but the knight is never getting home. The knight is trapped, and this pawn is quite dangerous, trying to move forward and become a new queen.
This is crazy. Okay, this is a real mess.
But it means that your instincts were right, though, Fiona. That knight f6, it's nice to just threaten the queen, but it's also nice to have more pieces blocking this diagonal. Because now if the queen moves back and the rook moves back, there's no more sacrifice, because then we just take it. And yeah, queen can take, but then there's no check. And then the knight can rescue itself from the precarious situation. Okay, Hikaru has played. No, he has not played. Why is Dominguez acting like he's about to move when it's Hikaru's turn?
It's just waiting you.
Classic.
No, Hikaru is thinking.
Yeah, classic Nakamura looking at the ceiling.
Hikaru is looking quite confident right now.
I mean, he just won a pawn, and his opponent is down to less than a minute on the clock. Who would not be confident?
Yeah, I think knight f6 makes a lot of sense, but Hikaru is still okay. Knight f6 has been played,
and Dominguez moves instantly, and the move Dominguez makes is a massive mistake according to the computer. Hikaru Nakamura is about to decide this knockout game, and that means, based on the format, this is a double elimination tournament. If Hikaru wins this, he's through to the next round. That's it.
And that would be massive. The other match has ended in a draw, by the way. Wesley So and Fabi are going to play off. Okay, let's see. Rook b3 played by Hikaru, hitting the bishop on b2.
That was not the recommended move, because now this bishop can move back and try and work together with the queen, creating threats around the black king. So the bishop does move back, and Hikaru now fearing an entry point on h6 for white's pieces. He goes knight g8. Knight g8 keeps that square under control.
Okay, knight g8. So what was the move?
Well, the move that was recommended was rook to f3. And then if the bishop goes back, h5.
What even is the idea of rook f3?
Well, I kind of get the idea that if possible, I can get my queen working together with the rook to give checkmate. Checkmate generally good in chess.
John Ludwig dropping some knowledge here.
Yeah. And also maybe it can help the defense of the king.
I mean, rook f3 looks very strong when you see it, but far from obvious.
Yeah. Okay. And here, Engine is saying the only move Dominguez can make to stay in the game is queen d8. And that's what he did.
Okay, queen d8. Okay, still, I mean, it's not as big an edge as it was if rook f3 was played, but I like queen e7, a calm move, just offering a trade of queens. And it feels like white probably has to trade queens, because if white moves the queen away, it feels like suddenly the black queen is going to get closer to the white king somehow.
Yeah, knight d4, good move, trying to get involved in an attack. Also, this pawn is being pressured by the black rook. That looks promising, but at the same time, when your opponent offers a queen trade, your instinct is very often to say, no, I don't want to play that move my opponent obviously is interested in. And Dominguez has no time. Okay, he's about to make a move. I think, no, he's moving the queen away. So Dominguez does not go for the trade. Instead, he's trying to offer extra protection to his pawn on b4. In addition, he's making extra threats to the pawn on b5. Hikaru right now up a pawn, but just as important as being up a pawn is that his pieces are generally more active, more threatening.
Yeah, and also, I mean, suddenly the white king on g1 is looking rather lonely. I still like the move we looked at earlier, knight d4. Just, well, the pawn on b5 is still hanging, but it feels like that's not a pawn that white can take, surely.
Well, when you're down a pawn, you might as well try to take a pawn.
Another nugget of wisdom.
I mean, people say chess is so difficult, but it's when you break it down and you try and take all the opponent's pieces and then checkmate the king, get a new queen, checkmate the king.
Okay, but the engine here, has jumped a lot. Yeah,
engine says that the queen can get involved to devastating effect close to the white king. But I mean, I don't think this is obvious.
Yeah.
After rook f1, engine is recommending sacrificing your rook.
I mean, the queen and the knight are known for being a fantastic attacking pair, but the queen and two knights.
Yeah, but
it's not so obvious. No, I agree. I mean, of course, when you look at the eval bar and it says -5, it's a lot easier to make these statements than when you're sitting at the board and you're actually down material.
Yeah. Okay,
but still, I mean,
Hikaru has time to figure this out, though. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, Hikaru has time to figure it out.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of having that extra time. In these crunch situations, you get to calculate where your opponent just has to trust their instincts.
Yeah. What do you think he's going to... I mean, if not knight d4, is he considering the immediate queen f6, maybe?
Well, I would guess he's considering taking the pawn. But yeah, actually, maybe he cannot take the pawn. If rook takes pawn, then the only thing protecting the rook is the knight.
Yeah, I mean, here I immediately
can be attacked.
Here I immediately think of Dr. John Nunn and his famous take note chat, LPDO. If you're going to remember only one thing from tonight, it is LPDO. Loose pieces drop off, and those two pieces look very, very loose. And are going to drop off. Now there's no way to hold on.
Yeah. No, so yeah, I agree. Knight to d4, it makes sense. It's the recommended move. But also, yeah, queen f6 makes sense, trying to get involved in an attack. Hikaru, I mean, this is precisely the kind of position Hikaru is good at.
Yeah.
And he's got more time. He's objectively winning if he finds all the right moves. Yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic.
And Hikaru, I mean, I think he knows, he senses that he is winning if he finds the right move. So yes, he has dropped under 10 minutes, but he is looking now to finish this game off. Now it's not the time, to try and use the fact that Leinier is low on the clock. Now it's the time to use your time and find the best moves. I think he would say knight d4.
It looks as though Hikaru was about to move, and then he thought, oh, I'm going to think for a little bit longer. And now he's shaking his head, but Hikaru shaking his head doesn't necessarily need to be bad.
Yeah.
Okay, readjusting his positioning, using that strong arm to hold up his head as the head does
his head.
The heavy lifting. Yeah, 5 head. Yeah, it's a heavy head. People needs Needs proper support. Okay, but now I don't like him shaking his head this much.
How good would you say your body language reading skills are?
I think I'm better at Magnus because so many of the Norwegian chess broadcasts are featuring Magnus. So that's
Magnus
kind
is
of
also,
my
I
main
mean,
expertise.
yeah, but Magnus is also, I feel, quite transparent. And not always, but when Magnus is not happy, you know it for sure. He's
Yeah.
not very good at hiding his
Magnus
displeasure
actually
with.
told the story of how he would, in the internet chess tournaments, he would, in the beginning, look at Hikaru's camera,
Yeah.
and Hikaru faked him out. That he made Magnus think that he had made a mistake when he hadn't. And after that, Magnus has said, "I don't look at Hikaru's camera because he's trying to trick me."
That's really interesting. I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard that before. Meanwhile, knight d4 followed by knight f3 is on the board. What's happening here, John Ludwig?
There's an attack on the white king. Dominguez with 1 minute on the clock. We would assume he doesn't really have enough time to find the right defensive moves. But for now, it's pretty easy. The king needs to move. There's two options. One of the options, put pressure on the black knight. That is the option chosen by Leinier Dominguez. Hikaru now finds this queen f6 move to offer further support for the knight. And now, the big finale. Queen takes pawn. Surely this is the move Dominguez is going to choose. And what happens then? Why is this such a disaster? Queen takes pawn, knight to d4. Big trick. The knight attacks the queen and opens up for the black queen to enter the attack. If the knight is captured, the queen comes in anyway because now the rook is supporting. And when the king retreats, the queen will be able to take the rook. Okay, nice trick from Hikaru. The pawn is defended.
But if queen
well,
b5,
it's not defended, but taking the pawn is bad.
But if queen b5, knight d4, what if I don't take the knight? Then the queen comes into f3 anyway, or what?
Yeah. So the knight supports the queen's entry on f3 in addition to attacking the queen.
And what did Leinier do? He didn't take
Dominguez saw the trick. He saw the trick and he instead tried to chase the knight away immediately.
You have to give it to Leinier. He's defending quite tenaciously. It might not be enough, but he's been playing on increment for as long as, for a long time by now. And he's still alive. His position might be lost, but he's not dead just yet.
Yeah, no, but he's really making this difficult for Hikaru. Yeah. And right now, the recommended move for Hikaru is to push pawn to e4 and give more support to the knight. But that's an incredibly difficult move to make, because once you push this pawn forward, you're so scared of this bishop potentially in the future pointing down on the black queen and on the black king. For instance, here, queen a1 is a possibility, trying to get a trade. And if the rook then comes to try and attack towards the white king, now bishop d4 is an excellent move.
Yeah.
Because even though that bishop can be captured by the knight, that means the queen is no longer giving protection to the rook. And so here, actually, Hikaru even loses the game because he loses his rook for a bishop. Well, this is very tricky still. And Hikaru's getting low on time now as well. He's down to just 6 minutes.
I mean, e4 really not an obvious move. What about a more natural move? Just dropping the knight back.
Yeah, so knight d4 is logical, makes sense. Attacks the bishop, gives some extra protection to the pawn. But then after takes, now the queen can safely capture the black pawn because this white bishop is controlling the square the queen wanted to get into. And here, eval bar is saying it's equal or thereabouts.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Like, I mean, this game I feel has had so many moments where we're like, oh, it's great, and then oh, it's not so good. It's equal now. E4. It's winning. He finds
it.
Oh my goodness.
That was the only winning move, and he's made it.
That's crazy. What a find by Hikaru. Okay, still it's not over.
No,
still
not
it's not over.
So now he needs to be very careful about this situation where he has the queen and king on the same. Oh, but queen takes b5, played by Dominguez. And now Engine is advocating Hikaru sacrifice his rook.
And he's done it. He's done it. Oh, no.
No.
I thought, no. No, he's still, no, what did he do?
No, he moved his queen. He moved his queen. Okay, so Engine is saying here Hikaru could sacrifice his rook for the win, but instead he's played queen b2, which the Engine did not like, and now the Engine is saying it's almost equal. Wow. Let's take a quick look at this sacrifice. Giving up the rook for nothing for a bishop, and then knight h6. Wow, what a move. And the knight just comes up into the attack, and there's no way for white to defend against that. Basically, white has 3 moves to find good defense, but Engine says that you're just not in time anyway. That's
what
wild.
If I play, for example, h3 just to...
Yeah, well, we got to follow the game, actually. I'm sorry. It was very interesting, but we need to try and stay on the stuff that's happening in the game. Queen b2 was played, and now bishop c1. So Dominguez is trying to kick the queen away. The queen wants to stay and have that pressure towards the white king. No, wait. The queen moved? No, wait. Huh? Okay, I lost the board. The board is not reloading. Oh, queen a6. Oh, I was wrong. The bishop didn't go back. Queen a6 was played, putting pressure on this d3 pawn. But now Hikaru gets his knight involved in a counterattack. Now the Engine is saying he's winning again. The queen cannot capture this pawn because then the queen abandons the defense of the e2 bishop. And Hikaru wanted to play knight to g4 and to attack this white bishop. So h3 by Dominguez, a sound move. The pawn takes control of the g4 square, making sure that the knight cannot go there.
Okay, and now how do we... It feels like we're getting so close, but we're not there just yet. Do we want to bring the knight from f6? Can we somehow... I would love to bring that knight to e5, but I'm not sure what I'm doing from there. Because also, if I go knight d7, I'm worried maybe you can take on d6.
Engine is advocating h5. I think basically the Engine is saying the only way to make progress here is to take this bishop at some point. And then the idea could be that you push your pawn on the side and then your queen makes some kind of entry. So taking there immediately didn't work, but h5 is being recommended. And then h4. And then sack. And get your queen in. Okay, apparently this is winning for black.
Makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, no,
and by the way, wild. I see on the chat there's a new clip out on the shorts. Nugget of wisdom.
People say chess is so difficult.
It was about you dropping some knowledge. Wait, what happened? H5.
Hikaru did play h5.
Wow.
And now Dominguez is stuck.
Unbelievable.
Bishop cannot move because then the rook can capture this guy. The queen cannot move because you need to keep protection of the bishop. Dominguez chooses to move his king back, but now, and if h4 now, instead of this thing that I was saying where the queen gets back, if h4 now from Hikaru, then the queen can capture the pawn in the center because the king has taken over the defense of the bishop. Oh gosh, this never ends.
This is crazy. And Leinier just keeps holding on with only seconds on the clock.
But Engine is saying Hikaru can sacrifice.
Queen e5 played.
Queen e5 was even better according to the Engine. I don't understand why, because now the bishop can just attack the queen. But then the queen attacks the pawn. And if we protect, there's a pawn and
a pawn. You were telling us all about taking pawns, free pawns. How can you forget?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, queen e5. So Hikaru is threatening to sacrifice his rook on the bishop, and that would make this pawn on f2 very unhappy. This pawn is busy defending his own pawn and the bishop, so he wants to keep both things under control. King g2 by Dominguez, and this gives the opportunity for Hikaru to sacrifice the rook. I don't know. I tried. It was not Levy standard, but I tried.
I think it was a valiant attempt.
Sacrifice the rook.
I think Hikaru sees it.
Oh yeah, no, Hikaru sees this.
He's leaning back.
Yeah, he's leaning back. He's enjoying the moment. Hikaru has taken down Leinier Dominguez. He sees what he needs to do, and he's gonna do it. Sacrifices the rook. Well done by Hikaru. This rook has to be captured, and then afterwards, pawn to h4. He's opening up for his queen to do the final finishing touches. Hikaru wins this game. Hikaru qualifies to the winner final in the winner's bracket by playing an excellent game with the black pieces. And after the draw yesterday, we thought, maybe it's not going to. And Dominguez goes for the checkmate. Very polite of Dominguez. He resigns the game. The queen comes into white's territory. The only move for the king is back, and then the queen will give the checkmate. Dominguez resigns the game, and Hikaru moves on to the next round.
Boy, was I wrong. I made my debut for this tournament today. The first thing you asked me is, what do you expect? I say, I expect a quiet game, a draw. I couldn't have been more wrong if I tried. What a game by Hikaru. He took it to Leinier Dominguez from move one, opening with the Sicilian defense, which in this case wasn't much of a defense, quite the opposite. Surprised him with a sideline in the Kalashnikov. The game was really, what a game it was. There was so many turns and so many ups and downs, but in the end, what a game by Hikaru. As you mentioned, he is through to the champions final, the winners final. Sorry, I just saw a really disturbing comment in the chat there. And his opponent is yet to be determined, because Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, they drew their second classical game, which means, guys, don't go anywhere, because John Ludwig and I are not done. I think, in fact, that this will be the only game for us to focus on, because in the women's bracket, in the women's tournament, Alice Lee has won game 2 with black against Naji Paikidze. So she is true to the winners final, and what a run she's been having. She's taking down GM after GM in the PCL, in the Pro Chess League. Now she's through to the final here, and it looks like Irina Krush is about to join her there. So, John Ludwig, are you ready for some more action? We're happy. I'm happy. You know, I'm happy that we get to see playoffs, but without Hikaru being involved, which means we can relax a bit. You know, we don't have to be so emotionally involved, but we still get to see more chess.
Have those games started?
I think they will start in 13 minutes, if I'm
okay. In that case, we're going to have to take a little time out to kind of just get sorted and have a breather after that very, very exciting finish. Hikaru Nakamura wins with the black pieces, a rarity at this level. But he did it in a knockout format, securing his place in the winner bracket final. That is what has happened. What is going to happen is that we're hoping to get an interview with Hikaru.
Actually,
so stay tuned for that.
I think what is happening right now, I think Hikaru is actually already recording his recap video. So I'm not sure he will join us, but he's on the work recap already. So we might not get him, but I think the recap video will be up very soon. So stay tuned for that. I think there's a good chance it might be up by the time we're done with the playoffs. So anyway, the action will continue after a short break, and hopefully we see you on the other side of this.
Impressive performance all around. You started off with this very intriguing opening choice. How did you come up with the Kalashnikov?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things. First of all, you know, I'm just here to have fun, so why not play something to surprise my opponents? You know, I did it against Sam, against Leinier, felt the same way. Yeah, I mean, I've played every Sicilian under the sun against him. We've obviously played many times, but I just want to do something different. And he spent a lot of time, and I think in the one control format, it's very, very difficult if you get way down on the clock. And somewhere in the middle game, I felt good, but I lost the thread a little bit. I mean, the first thing is like, yeah, obviously if you go back here, I mean, again,
and this rook to b8 was very intriguing as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the Parham line. Max Sudlu plays this all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, knight d5 is the best move. Like, knight d5 takes a knight e7. But, I mean, the big thing here is that, of course, the computer doesn't even, okay, the weak engines don't even say what the best move is. Yeah,
G4?
I mean, of course, yeah, I mean, I don't play chess, so I can say this. But, yeah, g4 is obviously the best move, and it's very, very sharp, and nobody knows what's going on. But if you don't know that that's the move, it's almost impossible to play. And,
well, the Yasser actually guessed it. And he didn't have the engines.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to it's easy when you're not playing, because I mean, if Yasser is playing, he plays G4 and loses, everyone's going to pretty much tell him, like, you know, you say don't do this, don't do that, and you push a pawn, you lose like a clown, and you're just a total idiot. So I mean, it's much different because when you're not playing, like if you suggest a movement is bad, I mean, there's nothing can go wrong really. Yeah. But when you're in the moment playing, obviously it's very difficult. And I had a feeling that Leinier wasn't going to play it. I thought he would play G3, and I mean, I thought I should have been completely fine in this opening, but somewhere I lost the thread. Yeah, I thought
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry, I've done that. But yeah, like if you go back to around b4, around move 20, yeah, like keep going. Yeah, we castle. Yeah, somewhere around here, I thought I should be fine, but I lost the thread when I went knight c5. I don't know if b4 was better or.
B4 was one of the top moves, I think, and F5 as well. But yeah, B4 was definitely
because basically what I decided was I just miscalculated this line with knight c5, queen e2. Queen c7, and I just completely underestimated b4 and rook a5. Sorry. And then like already here, I mean probably for a computer it's still okay, but I didn't feel very good about it because I thought I had it all under control, and then I didn't. And
now I mean, you have to give up the bishop.
Then. Yeah, I take and then play knight f5, and I still wasn't so sure though. I played rook a7, which I thought was I thought he could actually take the pawn too. I was a little surprised that he didn't do it because it looks kind of ugly after knight takes e3, f takes e3, but I'm not able to win back the pawn right away. And yeah, I can play like knight b6 or something, but if I'm not getting f5 and e4 in, like say just play knight b6, or okay, fine, whatever, just play knight b6, I don't know, some stupid move, king h1, f5, king g1, e4. Like if I get this, where the bishop on g2 is very bad, this should be very good for me. But the problem is I thought that in this line, instead of like king h1, of course, after knight b6, that white can go like e4 here at some point. Yes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe this position doesn't work. But I thought like if I'm not getting f5 e4, I thought that white should just be up the pawn. I mean, okay, obviously here I guess it doesn't work. But But yeah, like I thought here that I was in trouble. Then he played rook a7, and I thought I was once again completely okay.
Rook to b7.
Just keep going, yeah.
Were you playing for an advantage right now? Or?
Well, see, here I thought I was completely fine, and then about 3 moves later, I thought I was suddenly in a lot of trouble.
Okay, this was the critical moment, though. You played knight f6, bishop g5, king to g7, and bishop to h3, and you spent quite a lot of time here, almost 20 minutes.
I can actually go king g5. Wow. I mean, I spent a lot of time because I saw knight e7. And knight e7 was what I wanted to do, but takes, and f4. And originally I thought I had queen a7, king h1, and queen d4, but this actually loses to queen f1, I believe.
Yes.
And then you take the check on e5, and the king is completely exposed. So this was the original idea. Then I kind of thought I could maybe take on f4, but it just, I don't know, it looks so ridiculous.
And now you go to g5.
And gf4, king h6, queen f6, queen e3 or something?
Queen f6, queen e3, and yeah, you're actually winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, from a distance I saw that I could play this, but it looks so bad.
So this was your main line that you were calculating.
Yeah, I was calculating this for a long time, and then finally, when I just thought my king's too open, and I started looking at other lines, I came up with this knight d4 idea. I mean, initially, actually, I also thought after c3 I could play rook a3 here, but this actually loses, I think, because white can take and go queen e4. And if I take on c3, there's rook d4, rook c1, king g2 takes queen f4.
Now you have some knight b.
I have knight b3 here, which is okay. Yeah, I mean, this loses, of course, because rook c1.
Queen f4, yeah.
Actually, queen d4 first is better, but you can even take with check queen and then check on e3 or f4,
yeah.
But, so knight b3, okay, I mean, yeah, again,
this is alien chess, yeah.
Yeah, so then what I thought was, then after c3, I came up with this other idea. I thought, well, now I can go knight c2 and put the knight on a3 and then put the knight on c4. This is actually what I thought. I mean, it looks kind of weird, but if I get the knight to c4, suddenly both of those knights are very well placed.
Yeah.
So this I thought was an idea, and I didn't see a way for white to win here. So I figured if it's not winning and Leinier being low on time, I can just kind of go and do whatever.
And probably the best for him would have been to go rook d to rook d1. And
yeah, but it's very hard to, because like you don't know, like should white be better? Should black be better? Like if the game goes on, who's better? It's not really clear with the bishops versus the knights. Yep. So I thought, yeah, queen f3 I think was a mistake. So after knight g8, I mean, white's probably still okay, but now I think it becomes very hard to play because in the long term, the knight on g8 should be better than the bishop on g5. Yep. And of course, I can always put the other knight on a3. So.
And very cool idea towards the end was this h5 move. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you have anything more to do, but finally the
I mean, he kept defending ridiculously well. I was waiting for him to make a blunder, and then he kept playing good moves. And yeah, h5, I don't know if it's actually winning, but I mean,
it's
idea is.
the best move, I think. Yeah.
It is okay. Well, I mean, it's also hard for me because I don't have moves. Like originally, I thought he had blundered rook a3. I thought rook a3, like queen c4 and some knight e5 or something is good. But of course, on rook a3, there's bishop c1 instead of queen c4, and now I think if anything, white might be better.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so,
you close the show quite nicely with this
checkmate
that you would probably see every Tuesday in your games.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if well, I guess queen g1's mate in one, but if I could get knight h5, knight g3, it'd be even better. But all right, it's too much.
You will be playing the winner of Fabi versus Wesley. How do you see that match play out, which is actually starting in just?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a coin flip. It just depends who gets a better position out of the opening, or who's up on time when they get into the scramble. I don't really see any big difference between either of them. I mean, Fabiano, I don't remember, was it this last U.S. Championship or the previous one? Fabiano won the last one, right? So it would have been 2 years ago that Wesley won in the tiebreaker. But I'm thinking of that tiebreaker, and I think Fabiano got a much better position, maybe even winning. Then, of course, got too low on time, messed it all up. Wesley ended up winning. So I think there's very little difference between them, and it doesn't really matter who I play.
Hikaru, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure.
Our congratulations as well. Fantastic game by Hikaru as we get ready for the playoffs. And who will meet?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome, Hikaru. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a good day.
A good day indeed. We did just see your interview on the official broadcast, but still, let me ask you, how does it feel to be through to the final of the Champions bracket?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it feels great. After messing up a game that I probably should have won yesterday, to sort of come out today and play what I thought was more or less a good game from start to finish, it's good. And obviously avoiding tie breaks is nice as well because, a lot less drama and stress.
For sure. Well, we'll bring up the game. We still have the game up. Can I start by asking you about move one? I was actually completely wrong. I was expecting a quiet game where you wouldn't be taking too much risk as black, but you played 1c5, clearly wanting to press with the black pieces.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, you know, as I said in my recap, which is uploading right now to YouTube, I mean, at some point, it's kind of you want to have fun and play for the love of the game rather than just playing for boring draws. So I felt like a good time to try it. You know, it's something that I had actually had ready for the first round match, but I didn't get a chance to use it, so I thought, why not? And it seemed to work out. It was definitely a surprise. And it's also something where I think if your opponent doesn't try to punish you right away, or if they don't even know how they're supposed to punish you, I think it should be completely fine. And Dominguez, I mean, in the opening, he had this move G4 instead of G3, which is a very interesting move. But again, if you don't know that it's like a good move and you do it and it doesn't work out, it's like creating Swiss cheese on F4 and H4, these huge weaknesses potentially. If you don't know that it's a good move, it's very hard to play. And obviously, if you do it and it doesn't work out, you look like a total idiot. So I wasn't surprised that he didn't play G4, but you know, at the end of the day, I got what I wanted, and yeah, it seemed pretty good.
How deep was your preparation, Hikaru? Like, you got such a massive time advantage in the opening. Where did your preparation end? Can you even reveal that kind of info?
I mean, I had looked at a few moves beyond G3, but you know, for the most part, I was just playing quickly because I didn't really have many options. I thought what I did. I mean, the only real question I had early was whether to put the bishop on G7 or H6. That was like the big question at the start. But again, I mean, H6 just seemed better than G7, so it made more sense. So intuitively, I just played it. It's not like it was prep or anything, but I just played it because it looked like the right move. And why not? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You make a mistake, you lose the game. Big deal. That's life.
We wanted to ask, what if we just, sorry, Ludwig, just to rewind one move when you played knight f6. We were wondering, is that prep? You played it quite quickly. We were wondering, is that prep or was it a semi-bluff?
I mean, well, what am I supposed to do? If I don't have time to go F5 or H5, so it's either knight F6 or bishop H6 is the way I felt. Again, yeah, in the old days, I probably would have thought for 10 minutes because I'm afraid that I'll play the wrong move, get a worse position, and maybe lose. But nowadays, I just don't care. So I just played what I thought made sense quickly, and why not? Again, what's the worst that can happen? I mean, you lose the game, big deal.
Do you think opening preparation is especially important in this tournament where you're not getting an additional 30 minutes after 40 moves?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if Dominguez would have saved this game if there was a second time control. I think that's sort of up for debate, but I think he would have had much better chances if there was a second control. So I think the fact that I surprised him so early in the opening, he got down on the clock, just like yesterday, actually. It definitely didn't help. So I think it matters, but also you have to pick the right surprise. Because I suspect if I had done this against someone like Fabiano, it wouldn't have been a surprise, and I might have gotten blown away. So it's all relative. You have to pick and choose where it's going to work and where it's not going to work. And I seem to have gambled in the right situation.
It feels
both.
Like... Sorry,
but both here and against Sam Sevian also, you got a massive time advantage. In fact, I feel like in every single game you've played so far in this tournament, you're playing confidently and quickly in the opening. I guess it's kind of the same question I had earlier, but is that a part of your success, and is that a strategy you're utilizing?
I mean, it's definitely not a strategy that I'm utilizing, but again, I'm trying not to be repetitive here with what I say, but when you don't really care and you're just having fun, it's always easy. It's easy to just play quickly because I'm not worried about making a blunder and losing the game. And then, of course, the flip side of it is that when there were some very critical moments, I did actually use the time advantage that I had built up. But definitely, it's just a matter of why not move quickly? There isn't much to think about. I mean, it's like there are a couple of moves for most, pretty much I would say up until pretty deep in the game, around the time of like when I played knight to D4, I think it was after bishop H3. Every situation there were 2 or 3 moves. That's all there were. So might as well calculate, spend 5-6 minutes and just make a move. I mean, what's the point in spending more time and overthinking things?
You mentioned the game. It felt like Leinier actually, despite how low he was getting on time, played quite well for a while. Where did you feel the tipping point was where you took over?
So actually, no, to backtrack just a second, there was one tournament I played many, many moons ago, which had the same control of 90 plus 30. It was in San Sebastian in Spain. There was this round robin tournament in July of 2009, I believe it was. And it was also 90 plus 30, no second time control. And I remember in that first round game of that tournament, I was playing against a certain former world champion, Anatoly Karpov. And I also got this like massive time edge. I think it was up like 40 minutes. I had this pretty good position. A Queen's Gambit declined. It wasn't winning, but Karpov then proceeded to basically defend, like just played literally every perfect move in the end game until I got lucky and he flagged. But by the time he flagged, he'd already equalized. It should have been a draw. So having had an experience like that, I mean, it definitely helps for games like this where you kind of don't expect your opponents to necessarily blunder. But I was impressed because I felt like Dominguez was going to blunder, and then he kept finding moves to keep the game going. And so somewhere around when I went knight c2, I thought that maybe not knight c2, when I got rook b3 and he blundered this, he blundered with bishop c1, rook b3 and played queen e4. I thought I was just going to win this game like in the next like 5 moves. So I thought takes, knight f6 or f5, like he's going to lose some pawns or the knights are going to start jumping. But then he played really, really well, and he kept finding moves. I mean, this whole queen d8, queen a5 even, I think guys could probably tell on the camera, but I was kind of annoyed because I thought that I had the game basically wrapped up. And he just, he kept finding good moves. Apparently, I missed a win a little bit later on, but I thought what I did was pretty practical for the most part.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with a guy who sacrificed the rook.
Although apparently I had this rook takes e3 like 10 moves earlier, which apparently is winning. But I mean, it's kind of hard to play. Yeah, e4, queen takes b5. Yeah, apparently rook takes e3 wins. But again, I mean, this is like, if I'm wrong here and it doesn't win, I'm also just going to lose because it's such a simplified position that white can make a lot of quick moves. But after takes a knight h6 and with the knights jumping, it's obviously winning. But at the end of the day, it's like if it doesn't work, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. So probably I should have calculated, but that's life.
How do you get the right balance between you see Leinier is low on the clock, between using your own time and wanting to not give him the opportunity to use your thinking time?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, after that experience playing Karpov all those years ago, where he just found every best move nonstop for 20 moves. I mean, you expect players of this level to defend really, really well. So like it's a tricky balance. And also, I mean, I remember there was a game that was played in one of these tournaments in Russia between, I think, Shakhtar Mamedyarov and of course Gata Kamsky, where I think Kamsky got really low on time to like maybe 30 seconds and needing to make like 20 moves or something. But then Kamsky basically made every right move and Mamedyarov threw away the advantage, went on to just lose the game. So, based on experience and also seeing games like that, I mean, you do expect players to find the best moves. And I think for me, because of the time advantage, I just made sure to use that time because once you have that extra time at such a critical moment, you don't want to throw it away. And also for me, considering that I should have won this game yesterday, which I completely threw it away for no reason, I was trying to be extra careful.
Interesting. Well, tomorrow you will be playing either Fabiano or Wesley. They are playing a playoff right now. Will you be watching that?
No, I mean, I'll just go eat dinner and just keep living my life. I assume I'll have to play one of them, but I'll deal with that probably in like 4 or 5 hours. And yeah, well, I'll figure it out.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know, John Ludwig, if you have any final questions.
I'm all out of questions. I just want to say congratulations, Hikaru. Winning with the black pieces at this level, that is no easy feat.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not easy to win games at this level, period. But my only hope coming into this was to try and not lose rating points. I had no other expectations, so it's been a pretty pleasant surprise that I seem capable of playing good chess still.
Yeah, I see in the chat is asking about the recap. Maybe they just joined, but you mentioned at the start of the interview that it's already uploading, so it should be out any second.
It'll be up in probably like 10 or 15 minutes. So
fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, for everyone in chat who's saying that I'm trolling, I'm not really actually trolling. I mean, I came into this event just wanting to play good chess, and that's the extent of my expectations. I don't have like some, I'm not thinking about winning the event. I'm just trying to play good chess, play interesting chess, and that's all that I'm actually thinking about. Which probably is why I'm doing so well. But yeah, that's just life. Maybe I'll write a book about this one day.
Hikaru, I know you're going to head off and have dinner. Maybe we can just pull up the first game between Fabi and Wesley for 1 second and get your thoughts on game one before we let you go.
Okay, so he has this, what, a typical Gucci piano, it looks like, except somehow Fabiano has a weakness on a6 for no reason. Actually, it's very rare for me to see Fabiano in such a situation, because I feel like generally, I mean, he does lose games here or there, but it seems very rarely he ends up in a situation where he's just like doing really badly from a positional standpoint so early. So, I mean, the knight on c4 is really good. I mean, I'd much prefer to be Wesley here. That being said, of course, Wesley's better, but he has to prove it. And in a rapid game, that can be kind of dicey because, I mean, because for Fabiano, every move he plays here is just going to be a reaction to whatever Wesley does. Like when Wesley stacked the rooks on the A file, Fabiano just responds and defends the pawn. So Wesley has to come up with a plan, whereas Fabiano just reacts to it. So from that standpoint, based on the fact that it's a rapid game, it will be easier for Fabiano to play. Whether he can save the game remains to be seen. But that is the one saving grace for him, is that he should be able to just react to everything Wesley does. But Wesley definitely is much better here.
Hey, well, looking good for Wesley. I don't know if you want to stick around or if you want to go and have dinner.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going. But I mean, I hope that everybody's just enjoying the chess. I mean, soon enough I'll be back to my real job. But it's been fun so far, and just a couple more days of this.
Fantastic. Well, Hikaru, congrats once again. Best of luck for tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'll catch you soon.
All right. Have a good one, you guys. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Those were the words of a player just winning with the black pieces, taking down Leinier Dominguez, qualifying to the winners bracket of this American Cup. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, I will. Hikaru has cemented his position as number 5 in the world. It's not number 1, but it's not bad either. And it showcases that for a streamer, it's pretty good. For a streamer, it's amazing.
Yeah, and as he mentioned, Wesley pressing here, it's quite a sad position for Fabiano to have to play. You just constantly need to keep defending that pawn on a6. Does Fabiano, can he ever, I was just wondering, I would love to play a5 someday, but I'm not too sure how I'm going to make this happen.
Yeah, this pawn is just never going anywhere. And I think Hikaru made a really good point that Fabiano's position to some degree is easier to play because he's always just reacting to the threats that Wesley is going to make. So when Wesley moves his queen over to attack this pawn, then the queen will maybe move back to defend. That being said, wow, Engine right now advocating pushing this pawn forward.
My wishful thinking coming through sooner than I expected.
Yeah. I mean, if black manages to trade off this pawn, that would be a major accomplishment. Yeah. But at the same time, it's not really clear how Wesley is going to win if Fabiano just sits and waits. So that makes a difficult decision for Fabiano. Do you want to try and clarify the situation immediately? Or do you just want to sit and wait for your potential demise? And I guess the way I worded that was kind of based on the fact that I saw Fabiano did, in fact, play a5. He doesn't want to wait for his demise. Instead, he's trying to create active counterplay, getting rid of a poorly placed pawn.
Yeah, and I think the situation is still not great for Fabi, but maybe it has already improved ever so slightly since we tuned in. So what's going to happen if Wesley takes on a5?
Well, takes, and then you got to decide, do you want to use the bishop or the knight? Okay, apparently there's a problem with the bishop. If bishop takes, then the pawn advances in the center to create problems for the knight. So that's why after the trade, Fabiano has taken back with the knight. Then Wesley takes the bishop. So black gets this pawn. An isolated pawn on b6 cannot be protected by other pawns. but at least Fabiano is not down on material.
Yeah. Okay, he gets rid of the weakness on A5, gets rid of the A pawn weakness. Now instead he gets a weakness on B6.
Yeah, and this is a problem. Because right now, wow, the engine is actually advocating knight B7, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, how can you just abandon the pawn on B6 without even trying to defend it? And that is not a human idea at all. Instead, what Fabiano did makes much more sense to me. The rook coming in to offer some protection for the pawn that was under attack. And now from Wesley, I'm expecting maybe king G2, maybe, well, actually queen B2. Oh yeah, queen B2. I was wondering maybe now knight can jump up and attack the queen while at the same time opening up for the rooks against the white rook. But here you can actually sacrifice your queen because you managed to capture both rooks and give a check on the king and capture the black knight after all of this.
Yeah, here
so
it's
that's
a little too much material for white.
And Wesley is down to 2.5 minutes now. Remember the time control, everyone. It's 10 minutes for to start the game, and then an additional 5 seconds per move that's being made. So they're not really that rich in time anymore. It's way, way less than the classical games they've been playing.
Yeah, it's tough I think it's very difficult to adjust when you've just played a classical game, to adjust to a faster time control. And while 5 seconds sounds like it is a decent amount, you've just come out of a game where you have 30-second increment. And in tricky positions, 5 seconds go by very, very fast. What do you think Wesley is thinking about?
Honestly, not really sure. Wesley doesn't really risk anything here because his pawns are working together beautifully. He never has to be concerned about losing one of his pawns because they're not protecting each other. So I guess Wesley is feeling like this game was actually so advantageous for him. Yeah. That he's gotten some expectations. He wants to win this game based on how good the position was, and so he's trying to figure out how to execute that pressure in the right way. He ends up playing this move, rook to b5. The knight moves away, offering a trade of rooks. The rooks are indeed traded. Wesley then moving his king one step forward, just improving that positioning a little bit. And knight e7 played by Fabiano. I guess Fabiano is considering pushing the pawn forward in the center, but now he gets hit with the pressure on the b pawn.
Okay, I see this move is suggested by the engine, but it also kind of makes sense. D5. Striking in the center, but especially opening up the queen from e6, which now defends the pawn. On b6, to me, it feels like Fabi is getting closer and closer to being fine.
Yeah, but he doesn't go for this d5 push. Instead, rook to a3 starts looking in at the white pawns.
Mm-hmm.
If Wesley want to play it safe, then he can take this pawn and let Fabiano take his pawn. But at this stage, his advantage is so significant that he should be trying to play with more ambition. Because this weak pawn on b6, it's not going anywhere. So you might as well just protect your pawn and keep the pressure on blacks.
Yeah. And how do you keep that pawn? You probably keep it by pushing it, right? It's not so, and he goes for c4. There weren't so many ways to defend. Maybe there wasn't a way at all to defend the pawn and keep looking at the pawn on b6 twice. So c4 makes a lot of sense. c4 also stops black from playing d5, which we were just talking about, and I think that's it, right? He's going. I know he's not.
Well,
yeah,
now
I forgot
knight
about knight
c8
c8.
has to
I
be
did forget.
Fabiano's move at this stage. It's the only way he can hold on to that b6 pawn. And yeah, I'm not really sure how Wesley with the white pieces is supposed to progress after that. So knight c8 on the board, keeping everything protected for now. It's not an optimal knight placement, I grant you, but it's keeping control. Knight h4, good move from Wesley. Good move. This knight is working its way up the board. Now that the black knight has abandoned, and wow. Oh yeah. So I thought Karana could not play this g6 move and take control of the f5 square the knight wanted to use, because then now the queen can capture the pawn on h6. But Fabiano decided, well, actually, I can do that because I have pressure on white's pawn in return. So if queen takes pawn, rook takes pawn. And there's no checkmate on this black king.
What happens here if I go knight f3 and try to bring the knight to g5?
Okay, maybe there is a checkmate here on the black king. The knight is getting involved. That's, well, we can go queen f6. Queen f6 attacks the knight. The knight goes up trying to get a checkmate, but then the queen can go back, going for the trade. Oh, Engine didn't like that, because then the queen can start attacking the knight on the opposite side of the board. This is still complicated, and the players are getting really low on time at this point. Wesley So making this decision with less than 30 seconds on his clock. When you get low on time like this, it's very, very normal to go and play something slightly boring, just trying to keep the status quo. Wesley, he decides to go with this knight f3 move. King g7 keeps the pawn protected. Then Wesley starts attacking on that flank. Fabiano moving his queen, knight maneuvering over to the other side. I think this knight is trying to head for that d5 square. That's a juicy square for the knight. I don't see how Karana can prevent that. The rook tries to make a trade with white's rook. Wesley says, no, thank you. The rook tries to attack the white queen. The knight comes in, attacking the rook. The rook moves. The knight coming in towards the d5 square. The knight makes it to the d5 square. This is highly problematic for Wesley. So no, for Fabiano Karana at this point, the knight has joined the attack on that b6 pawn together with the rook and queen. Fabiano under heavy pressure right now.
But maybe you need to make sure to stop the black queen from coming into d1. That looked very annoying with a big checkmating threat. So Wesley did drop the knight back to c3.
And now trying to chase the knight away. The queen has come to the knight's protection. Fabiano returns with these threats along the back rank. And Wesley returns with his knight into the center. Rook d1 now, presumably trying to attack the queen and the pawn. That is indeed played. Wesley is going to have to move his queen out of the way, after which, what is going to happen? I mean, it seems to me Wesley can just capture this pawn on b6 soon.
Yeah, can I go rook a1 again with the idea of threatening queen d1 again?
Yeah. Which is why I thought it's strange that Wesley didn't put his queen so that he was protecting this d1 square. But no, he uses the knight for that instead. The knight chases the queen back now, while also making sure that the queen cannot infiltrate. Can I take on b6, asks Fiona. The idea being that the rook now opens up for the queen to capture the rook in the corner. Wesley won a pawn on that transaction. Wesley now up a pawn while also having the better time.
Wow, and f4. I'm not sure why it is so strong. I see it was the engine. Oh, because of, yeah, it's getting late. I completely missed that long diagonal. So f4, an incredibly powerful move by Wesley.
Now I guess f5.
Oh,
trying to just continue forward.
Yeah. Or I guess if we take on e5, suddenly we create a passer on the c file, which also looks tempting.
Okay, Wesley has decided to make the trade. Now, as Fiona said, this pawn is a passer, but it's not getting anywhere. The black knight is blocking the white pawn from trying to become a new queen. Karana's king, though, not very comfortable, not having good protection close to it. On the other hand, Fabiano with his knight is putting pressure on this d3 pawn, which is difficult to defend. Both players down to 30 seconds on the clock as Wesley sacrifices his pawn. Wesley is allowing his pawn to be captured, knowing that if that pawn is captured, his queen can get into a checkmating play against the black king. So to avoid that, Fabiano retreats his king. Still not so easy for white.
Still not so easy, but it feels like it's so much more difficult to defend, to play this on the defensive side. With both players having only around 20 seconds, I feel Wesley has to be a huge favorite to win it. Yeah.
Queen comes in to attack the knight while also giving protection to his own pawn. Fabiano, it seems like there's a delay with receiving the moves from St. Louis. Fabiano would not lose on time like this. He wouldn't just let the time run out.
Since we see the video on the stream, I keep being confused about who comes first, the moves or... But okay, the knight has gone to... Oh, okay, we have caught up with the game. But, so flurry of moves coming in, but e5 dropping. Surely this has to be the end.
Yeah, Wesley managed to win another pawn, and then it's just game over. There's no chance for Fabiano to survive this, having lost a second pawn. Wesley So is going to take the initiative in this match. That means we're about to see game number 2 in this 10-minute time control. Reminder, everyone, what's at stake here. The winner of this match will face Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow in the winner bracket final. And winning the winner's bracket will be a huge advantage and a major step to winning this American Cup. And right now, it does seem like Wesley So is going to be Hikaru's opponent. Wesley up by 2 pawns, and one of those pawns trying to make its way down the board to become a new queen.
Of course, he will still have to hold or do better in the second game with the black pieces. But I'm with you. He's an absolutely massive favorite right now. I wonder, can we even somehow sacrifice a knight here? I was wondering if I could play queen g7 somewhere. Probably doesn't work just yet. But this makes sense as well, just bringing the queen closer. And in fact, this is game over because the black king was about to get mated. Maybe we can quickly see how the game could have concluded.
If king h7, the queen would give a check. If the king moves back, the queen would give a check. If the king moves up, the queen would give a check again. And this is very important. You had the opportunity here to capture a free knight. But if you did do that, the queen would come in and give checks on the king, and the king would not be able to escape the queen's checks. So instead, what white should do here is give another check. If the king moves back here, there will be a double attack with the knight. And if the king tries to hide in the corner, then we take the knight, because this time it's a check on black's king. Very well executed by Wesley So, a game where he was in the driver's seat throughout. We're going to take a quick break before we're back with the final, potentially final game of this round. If Wesley So avoids defeat with the black pieces, he will be Hikaru Nakamura's opponent tomorrow. We're back with the final moves of day 4 in the American Cup. I'm Jon Ludvig Hammer, together with me, Fiona Style Antoni, and we are watching the match between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana to figure out which one of these two players will be challenging Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow. Wesley So has the advantage, having won the first game with the white pieces.
And he goes for a very interesting opening choice, needing only a draw here to advance. If we rewind to the beginning, we saw d4, d5, c4, the queen's gambit. And here Wesley goes for d takes c4, the queen's gambit accepted, which is not one of the most popular lines at the elite level. Are you surprised to see this choice by Wesley?
Well, kind of not, because I played this with the black pieces against a certain Magnus Carlsen 2 weeks ago. So I feel like the Queen's Gambit accepted is having a moment right now. And when a solid player like Wesley So is essaying it, you know that it's got to be pretty good.
Maybe he was inspired.
Well, I do think that the Queen's Gambit accepted has been fairly popular at the top level, even before my excursion into those variations. I know Fabiano has played it with the black pieces quite some times. Here, though, Fabiano is bringing his rook into the center early on, trying to point that rook down on the black queen. And in fact, Wesley very cleverly ignored the tension between these two pawns. So Wesley realized, if I make a trade of the pawns, I allow the bishop to get into the game. I allow the queen to point down on my king. Wesley just said, if you want to capture my pawn, you go right ahead, moving his bishop out, getting ready to get the king into safety. But that means that when Fabiano now captured the pawn on c5, he managed to win a pawn, at least temporarily, because he also has a threat on black's queen.
Jon Ludvig, people are inquiring. I see somebody said Hammer drew against Magnus with it, but I believe that is wrong, right?
Unfortunately, I lost the game, but I will say I had a big advantage out of the opening. And I have been kicking myself ever since for managing to waste such a promising position. But that is water under the bridge. I can't talk about it without my blood starting to boil. I was very unhappy losing that game, especially given the good position I had out of the opening. But now instead, the question is whether Fabiano Caruana can deal with the Queen's Gambit accepted. He is pushing his pawn forward in the middle of the board. This is preparing bishop to e3, which will offer extra protection to the c5 pawn. So if Wesley wants to not end up down a pawn, he needs to capture on c5 now.
Yeah. Can he? Will he?
Yes, I think he will. I don't see a reason not to.
Yeah. Yeah, what did you say about the pawn again? We could just check the YouTube shorts and figure it out, right?
Well, chess about
if you can take a pawn, why wouldn't you? Or something like that. So yeah, bishop takes c5 here. Are you surprised that Wesley is taking so much time here in the opening stages?
Yeah, I am. But at the same time, if Wesley finds the right couple of moves now, then his defensive task should be very, very doable. So what Wesley has managed to do is create a position where both players have 2 pawns on the left side. Both players have 4 pawns on the right side / center. And that's what we call a symmetrical position. When the pawns are very equally placed for both parties, that's an indicator of high likelihood for a draw. And for Wesley in this spot, a draw is as good as a victory.
Yeah, Wesley only needing a draw to go through and challenge Hikaru in the final of the winners bracket, which isn't the end of the road necessarily for either player. Even if they lose that match, they will have a chance to come back to challenge the winner one more time. But for now, okay, Wesley hasn't captured the pawn on c5. Instead, he castles, and that begs the question: what will he do after bishop e3 if Fabiano tries to hold on to the pawn?
Yeah. I guess if bishop e3, I think the knight would have come forward to attack the bishop, which is why Fabiano chose to push his pawn forward in the center, because then the knight couldn't would get stuck if it tried to go to this g4 square. However, now the black knight is gonna recapture the pawn that black was down. And that seems like a really good solution for Wesley. Yes, why not? Why use the bishop to recapture the pawn when you can use the knight and also then start putting pressure on White's bishop thereafter?
Yeah, and this looks really, really promising for Wesley. I love the way he's handled this. Bishop drops back to c2. Of course, White wants to keep that bishop. Maybe, as you just drawing the arrow, putting some pressure on that point on h7. What I wonder is if, as black, if we keep attacking the bishop, if we go knight b4.
That's a great move.
I would love to play bishop b1, but it feels somewhat not what we want to do with the rook on a1.
Well, you have to go bishop b1. Because here Wesley did play knight b4, putting pressure on the bishop. If you give up that bishop, there's absolutely no chance whatsoever that you're going to win this game. So, good or not, Fabiano needs to play bishop b1 because only a win is good enough for him here. If the game ends in a draw, then he is out. Well, he's not out because it's a double elimination tournament, but he is kicked back to the loser bracket.
You know, I have a funny story. So I mentioned I was working at this Armageddon tournament in Berlin, and the first day when they had the technical meeting, they were going through the regulations. And the girl who was going through the regulations, she said, so if you lose a match, you go to the... And then she had a brief pause, and it was clear she was trying to avoid saying losers bracket because it... And so she said I don't know, she spoke around it. And Sam Shankland, literally, he just raised his hand and he went, we're all big boys here. You can call it the losers bracket. Which I thought was very funny.
On the Norwegian TV2 broadcast, we've tried to dub it the comeback. Well, maybe not bracket, but the comeback chance or something to that effect. Wow, controversial decision by Fabiano Caruana. He gives up that bishop that was pointing up towards the black king. That was pretty much Fabiano's only hope to win the game as far as I'm concerned. Now Wesley has an advantage according to the computer, but he doesn't even need to win this game. He only needs a draw. So if Wesley can just figure out how to use the advantage of the bishop pair, in particular, this bishop pointing very nicely down to where the white king is located, then he's going to make it through and face Hikaru tomorrow.
Yeah, and Wesley, I mean, speaking of Berlin, I'm sure it's been mentioned on the show before, but he won that event and he won it incredibly convincingly. It was such a short, it was double elimination, but consisting of only 2 blitz games, not too classical, too rapid, only 2 blitz games. And yet Wesley never had to play an Armageddon decider. He won every single match he played within the first 2 blitz games. The field was not as strong as it is here, but still it was a very convincing display by Wesley. He seems to be in great form.
A3 by Karana is preventing the black pawn from pushing forward and dislodging this white knight. But at the same time, that gives up control of the B3 square. The computer engine is now recommending that Wesley jump with the knight into that location. Instead, Wesley trying to make a draw here, offering a trade of rooks. Fabiano saying no thank you to that trade.
Yes, and blocking the d file with the knight to d4. Earlier we highlighted the h7 square where white could potentially attack. What I'm now looking at is the bishop on b7, which doesn't have a counterpart. White lost the light squared bishop, so there is no more bishop which can oppose this one. And I'm wondering, can we somehow try and utilize this this long diagonal?
That is certainly the question. I must say Wesley is not inspiring confidence with his time usage right now, down 3 minutes on the clock. Queen b8, I would guess, is going to be his move. Right now, Fabiano is intending to move his pawn 2 steps forward to challenge the knight on c5. Once that knight has to move, then there will be options for white to open up towards the black pieces, especially the black queen. So I was thinking queen b8 to get that queen to safety. Instead, queen b6 is Wesley's move. I thought he wouldn't want to go here because a bishop could potentially point towards the queen's placement. But instead, Fabiano plays doubling his rooks on the d file.
Yeah, and I mean, the engine still gives black an edge, but it feels like suddenly white is at least creating some chances. We see Wesley's time is ticking down, and I wouldn't rule out Fabiano.
Yeah, I disagree.
Yet.
I don't think Fabiano is creating anything. And this knight a4 move is kind of highlighting that fact. Going for the trade of knights, Wesley maybe objectively should have tried to win this position, but he doesn't need to. He just needs a draw. And now these knights up against each other, when they're traded off, then the rooks probably will have to trade off in the center thereafter. There's just no hope for Fabiano Caruana to win this position, in my opinion. I still cannot believe he allowed his light squared bishop to be traded off, because now black has absolutely no control of the light squares, and that's going to create an easy situation for So to make a blockade.
Yeah, Fabiano, he has a 3-minute edge on the clock, but maybe you are right after all. This knight a4, I didn't see knight a4. You know, I thought bishop e3 is coming. We're looking at the queen. We're creating something, but yeah, suddenly I think knight a4 is a great move, just trading some more pieces, which was impossible to avoid here. And Wesley now having full control over those light squares. Okay, Fabiano is trying queen g4, trying to bring his queen closer to the enemy king.
Absolutely the right thing to do. Fabiano, having played a terrible game so far, his only hope is creating an attack on the opposing king. Wesley trying to double his rooks, trying to make lots of trade here in the center. Fabiano pushing his pawn forward, trying to get that pawn involved, trying to create some threats around the black king. I'm guessing rook d8 here from Wesley. No, Wesley instead chooses to hide his king in the corner. I guess Fabiano then will continue his pawn march up the side of the board.
Do you still think there is no chances?
I still think there are no chances, yes.
I believe again. I might be influenced by my great friend Simon Williams. I might be getting a little too excited once Harry the H-pawn comes running up the board. But okay, I mean, white still has quite a lot of pieces on the board. Let's see how far we can. I still believe. I still believe that he can create something at least.
One thing that definitely is in Karana's favor is he's up by more than 2.5 minutes on the clock. So the nerves might be getting to Wesley. So just a little bit. And here with the queen pointing in on the pawn on e5, that pawn is poorly protected. And as such, a nice target for black's pieces. And I would hate to give Fiona any credit, but I'm looking at this pawn on a4, and while the white queen was pointing down on black's king, it also has a potential role in capturing the a4 pawn. So there is an option here for Fabiano to retreat his knight, give protection to the pawn in the center, while also opening up an attack along the fourth rank. I still think black is doing very well, but
there's something.
He was doing even better a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, I mean, also the time is now only 1.5 minutes apart, but the position has improved for Fabiano. At least there's like it looks like I know what you were saying earlier. It seemed like Wesley had total control over the position, and it looked like it wasn't even possible for Fabiano to create something. But suddenly, okay, at least there's some hope of creating something. He probably has to find knight f3 though.
Yeah,
he might be worried about trading more pieces, right?
Yeah, when you move the knight, you allow the trade of rooks.
Yeah.
But if you don't move the knight, you're going to lose a pawn in the center.
Yeah.
So in bad positions,
I learned from a very wise man tonight that you shouldn't give up your pawns so easily. So let's go knight f3.
Well, at the very least, make a move and try to keep the one advantage you had in the position, which was a time advantage. But instead, Fabiano Caruana is making the in this tournament quite popular decision to lose all of your time and any hope of making good decisions with plenty of time on the clock. The question is, what is he getting in return for all of this time usage? And we're not going to find out until he makes his move.
Chat was inquiring whether Fabi can consider going f4 here. He didn't go f4, he went queen f4, defending the pawn that way. And I'm actually drinking water out of a water glass. If I hold it closer to the camera, it's not actually a wine glass. So if it is, it'd be a very weird one.
So queen f4 put pressure on this g8 pawn. Wesley tried to defend the pawn with his king, but this allowed the knight to jump forward, opening up an attack on the rook while also attacking the bishop. If the knight is captured, the rook will lose its footing in the center. So instead, we're going into this
Bless you.
opposite colored bishop endgame. Yeah, it's still
I'm a lot less excited by it now. I know what they say, opposite colored bishops favor the side with the initiative. Okay, the only thing, we have to keep pushing that h pawn, no? Why couldn't we
well, you also need to prevent black from playing h6. So I think what Fabiano is doing here is kind of clever. You're trying to prevent black from playing h6 because if they go at h6 now, you can just capture it with the queen looking down on black's king. However, Wesley is a pretty decent player, so he goes king h8. And now if h5, then h6, and black has a pretty good blockade on the king side.
Yeah, I still want to believe for Fabi. I'm trying to okay, what I would probably do is get my queen out of the way and somehow try and push the g pawn. I mean, you have to try something, right? You're in a must-win situation. I'm not saying that's the most sensible. It probably isn't the most sensible. But I feel like if I allow black to consolidate.
Yeah. Rook d4 was the computer's recommended move. I guess he's trying to get the rook where the queen is right now to attack more down towards the black king. Did Fabi just allow bishop to g5? Yes, he did. But the problem is, no, sorry, Wesley allowed bishop to g5. But if the bishop comes here to attack both the queen and the rook, the problem is that when the rook captures in the center, it also creates an attack on white's queen. So you don't actually gain anything out of that.
Yeah, no, and of course, every trade will bring Wesley closer to the desired result. Okay, but I like what Fabi has done here. I think that's what he has to do, just bringing all his pieces closer to the enemy king and eventually hope that something is going to work. He will at some point push the h-pawn. First, he has to take care about the central pawn on e5. We cannot afford to drop that. So queen h5, attacking f7.
Yeah, I'm rather unimpressed with what Wesley has done, but this bishop to e8 move is actually brilliant because black was struggling with not managing to get his pieces into a good defensive position. But now black is going to be able to play the move f5 to kind of make sure that the white rook cannot comfortably get a positioning pointing down on the black king. So here, Fabiano was kind of trying to create some kind of nasty attack, sacrificing his rook, coming in with his bishop, and getting like a checkmate here because the king was poorly defended. But after this bishop to e8 move, you're never going to be able to make these threats because then f5 opens up for the bishop against the queen and for the pawn against the rook. Fabiano tries to go rook b4 to get this skewer with the bishop attacking both the queen and the rook. But here, cleverly, rook b8 is good for Wesley because then he gets the trade of rooks he so desires. f6. I don't know about this f6 move. What is going on? The bishop coming in to attack both the queen and rook. Yeah, this was a mistake from Wesley.
What happens if I take on h5? Is that so bad?
It's also very strange Wesley went f6 because if he wanted to move this guy, he might as well have gone f5 so that he could take the pawn and give a check afterwards. So f6, bishop attacks queen. Suddenly everything is under attack.
And look at Wesley's clock time. Suddenly it's down a minute again. And
yeah, that was a very unnecessary mistake by Wesley. Rook b8 would have had it in the bag. Rook b8 would have been game over. He would have made it to the final. But instead, this f6 move has allowed trickiness from Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. Wesley's time ticking down now. It's not so obvious. What do you do? I was asking you, is it so bad to take on h5?
That is what he has done.
Unpleasant.
After the bishop takes, there's an attack on the rook.
And
the pawn on a4 is under attack.
Also, the back rank is weak, so you cannot activate the rook.
Wesley moves his rook, attacks the bishop.
I love Fabi for taking my side on our counterplay argument. Suddenly, Fabi has created some chances, and now it's going to be a tough hold with so little time on the clock for Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley has played this poorly, in my opinion. The pawn on a4 is under attack. Wesley tries to protect that with his bishop, but then the rook comes in to attack two pawns at once. Big problems there. Bishop c6 from Wesley keeps the pawn in the center protected, Fabiano can take the pawn on a6 and does in fact do just that. Wait, there's also a pawn on f5. I guess Wesley just played the pawn there. Wesley is trusting that it will be possible to make a blockade here, that the white pawns will never become new queens because they have to get past a light square to do so.
And look at Wesley, down to almost just 10 seconds now. Bishop centralizing.
Yeah, the bishop is going to b3. That's a big problem for Fabiano because from b3, the bishop will be able to protect both the pawn on a4 and the pawn on e6.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a way for Fabiano to get his king into g6, but I don't see a path to get there.
No, it seems like Wesley has defended this very well. Getting this bishop to b3 was huge because now the extra pawn white has is never going to be able to advance. So Fabiano's only hope at this point is trying to sacrifice his rook for a bishop and a pawn. And to do that, he first needs to get his king over to that side of the board.
What about breaking with g4? Let's say, well, tough to achieve. I was hoping to play g4 and then, get the king out of the way, play f4, f5, but I think it was a bit too much wishful thinking on my part.
Wow, look at this suggestion from the engine. Rook g8 followed by king h5 and g5. That would have been a wild way of defending from Wesley. Instead, he's opting for this strategy where he just keeps his king defending along the 8th rank, while the rook also makes sure that the white king cannot get involved against the black bishop.
I think it's a much more human decision because he's saying to Fabiano, I'm going to sit here, and what are you going to do? And maybe the answer is, there is not much to do here for white.
Fabiano tries to push his pawns forward on the right side of the board, but he can't really make a breakthrough with these pawns. Once he continues forward, there will be a trade, and trades is precisely what he wants to avoid. Wesley here, wow, even Wesley going aggressive here, realizing that after white trades the pawns, the king can come in and get into a better position. There's no hope right now for Fabiano. In particular, this placement of the bishop on b3 from Wesley, the bishop does three things. It protects the pawn on a4, it protects the pawn on e6, and it blocks the white pawn on b2, the extra pawn, from ever pushing forward. That bishop is holding everything together. And right now it looks as though that's going to be enough for Wesley to make a draw.
Yeah, we see another trade of pawns. Fabi still has that extra pawn, but there is literally nothing left for him to do. The bishop is just blocking any white play. As you mentioned, maybe trying to get the white rook somewhere where it's looking at the bishop on b3 and try and make that sacrifice work is the only chance, but it doesn't look
right
like.
Now the black king is kind of stuck on the edge of the board, but as I said that, the black king managed to get back into it. So I thought maybe you can do something with the king on the edge, but no.
Someone's asking, so Wesley won game 1, thus furthering his record against Fabiano going into this game, into this match. Wesley had 30 wins to Fabiano's 24 with 53 draws. No, that's in fact all the games they played. But yeah, so Wesley extending his lead there, and it looks like he is very close now to a winner's bracket final match against Hikaru.
And a match between Wesley and Hikaru. Oh, wow. Big decision here by Wesley. Okay, Fabiano doesn't go for the trade. I feel like Fabiano could have made the trade and gone b4. but apparently it was not good, because if it was good, then Fabiano would have done it. Fabiano now once again having trapped the black king on the edge, but yeah, you're not really checkmating that king, are you?
Yeah, the problem is the bishop from c3 is also just...
well, I mean, this bishop
hindered.
could find a better location. It's just that when you find a better spot, you're going to lose your pawn.
Yeah. And the problem is that the rook and the bishop aren't enough to create a mating net against the black king. So if you lose the pawn on b2 and your king is still far removed from the action, there's just not going to be anything.
Bishop c2 is a strange move from Wesley. Like, every time you move the bishop, you give the opponent this idea of pushing pawn forward, allowing en passant, but then having a potential to push along the side of the board. But no, it seems like Wesley has this pretty much under control.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to get a batch of moves very soon, but on the camera we see that Wesley's king has now in fact left the h file and made its way to f5. So any hopes of creating something against that king are gone. The black bishop still on c2, but it doesn't look like white has any chances of...
Oh, wow. Wesley just put his king on a dark square on the broadcast.
Yeah.
That's kind of risky. He should get his bishop back to the b3 square as quickly as possible to block.
Also, I like that the second after I said, oh, he's off the h file, he's made it all the way to f5. And just like that, he's back on h5 again. And being cut off by the rook.
Yeah, we need to take a look at the when the last time a pawn was moved or a piece was captured. So the last such move was on move 56. With the black king capturing the pawn on h4. So there's a special rule in chess that if you do 50 moves without moving a pawn or capturing a piece, you are judged to be making no progress in trying to win, and the game is adjudicated as a draw. So if Wesley holds on to move 106, then the game will be decided for them.
Not immediately, though. He will have to claim. The arbiters can only make the draw or declare the draw after 75 moves, right? So Wesley
so on the internet, it would happen automatically. But when you're playing over the board, you actually have to say, I think 50 moves have been made.
Yeah. Which Wesley, I mean, unless he can see the moves, unless they have a big screen with the move numbers and he saw when the last capture was, I don't think, if we get to that point, I don't think that we'll see Wesley, straight away on move 106, make that claim. Because while you're playing, I don't know, I have zero experience, so I was sort of talking from my behind here, but it's very hard to have an accurate feeling of when...
From your what?
From my behind. Speaking. Isn't that an expression? I didn't want to say the A word. Talking out of my behind.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's not a thing.
No?
Well, I guess maybe it is.
Now you've got me
like
confused. That. I mean, it's been a long day, but... No, did I just make that up? No.
It is a thing. Okay. Never mind.
It is a thing, yeah.
My bad. Yeah. Sorry. all this nasty language. I never even learned it myself.
You're
poster
here to
child of innocence.
Yeah, you're here to teach me about taking pawns and all that chess wisdom. I'm here to teach you some bad turns of language.
Okay, we're on move 98.
Yeah, we're getting closer.
But like you said, Wesley is not going to know immediately if 50 moves have been made. But the problem is Fabiano is not making any progress whatsoever. So Wesley could do this for 100 moves. He doesn't care. So yeah, we're just gonna sit here, watch these guys move their rooks and bishops and kings around until the arbiter intervenes and says, okay, enough is enough, guys.
But that's
we're not having this
move
anymore.
141. We're still quite a long way from that.
40 moves away from the arbiter saying, guys,
I'm hungry.
We have to go have dinner. Like, we're not having this. Wesley keeps trying to offer rook trades. Fabiano says no, thank you to the rook trades.
One more move until Wesley can claim a draw. He probably doesn't know it. I guess he will claim at some point before.
Well, he's going to claim when he's about to lose a pawn.
And he's looking, he was looking up there for a second. I don't know if there is a screen. Oh. Okay, so I see the game has been declared a draw. What happened there?
Wait, has it?
Oh, no. No, I think chess.com maybe automatically did it.
Yeah,
right?
no, chess.com has declared the game a draw, but it's very much still continuing in St. Louis. Because 50 moves have been made without a pawn being moved or a piece being captured. But for the moment, these players are unaware of that fact.
Also,
but Wesley...
Do you know the rules? If Wesley claimed, we know that the claim would be correct, but if he claimed incorrectly, what's the rule? Does Fabi get added sometime?
Yeah, I think incorrect claim, your opponent gets 2 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
it's not the worst.
Wesley isn't going to claim until he feels like he's about to do something stupid.
Yeah. Agreed.
And Wesley doesn't feel like he has any issue here. Like, he feels like he's defending this so easily that he doesn't even care.
Yeah.
He'll keep playing on till the end of time.
What a mammoth game. We're on to move 114.
They're pretty much
it even feels like we've seen this position before as well.
Oh, for sure. Do you think Wesley will claim a threefold repetition or a 50 move rule first?
I mean, that's what I was when I got sidetracked by my speaking from my behind, because I've never been in this spot. I was gonna say I think it's difficult to get a good feeling.
Wow, Wesley actually managed to blunder his pawn now on the video feed, but it's fine because he's attacking the bishop.
Yeah, I think he will claim before. To answer the question, I think he will claim before move 75.
But like surely his internal clock is going to tell him this is pretty darn close. Like, he has nothing to lose from claiming. Yeah, Fabiano gets some extra time, but like, so what?
Yeah, it wasn't back in the day. Didn't you sometimes lose time of your clock in certain situations? Maybe, sometimes your brain just stops working and you're like, will I lose time if I make an incorrect claim? And I think, as you're saying, he probably feels as long as he's not losing the pawn, why should he claim? But
yeah,
we're 20 moves away now from the arbiter intervening. Do you think the arbiters in St. Louis are competent enough that they will stop the clock on?
Well, I know the arbiter. He's quite active on Twitter.
Chris, right?
Chris Bird. And he really likes these kind of weird situations where the arbiter has to get involved. So in general, in chess, the ref is just never doing anything. And that's basically a good ref in chess is just, you don't see them because they're not involved at all. But here is one of those weird cases where he needs to get involved. And I am sure he is on top of things.
He's ready right now. He's counting down the moves. Maybe we will see him intervene. The closer we get, I mean, we're now only 16 moves away from seeing Chris potentially make an appearance here on our video feed.
Okay, Wesley makes the claim, and a draw has been declared. The arbiter, Chris Bird, in frame right now, explains that 50 moves have been made.
Are you sure?
Wait, why is he not asking them to shake hands?
No, I think he...
Okay. Shake hands has happened. A draw has been agreed. Wesley So makes it to the winners bracket final. There he will be facing Hikaru Nakamura. Wesley versus Hikaru. That is going to be on this channel tomorrow with the same announcers. With the same
we hope
starting
to see
time.
You then. Today was quite the day. I mean, Hikaru played a really tremendously exciting and a nice game against Leinier. If you missed it, even if you didn't miss it, go to the YouTube channel. The recap is up already. We were lucky enough to hear from Hikaru himself throughout. I mean, today was really a fun day. Hopefully more of the same tomorrow, where Hikaru will be playing game 1 of his match against Wesley. So, as John Ludwig mentioned, we will be back here to take you through all the action. So we'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time. And yeah, have a good one. We'll catch you then.
They're not moves that I would ever consider, and when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.